Okay, we're ready to begin the planning board meeting of September 29th. With the preliminary matters, could I get a motion on adoption of the resolution?
Move approval?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oppo- Opposed? That's approved. How about the minutes from September 15th?
Move approval?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Those are approved. And the record plats?
Jerry Sushi, move approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Those are approved unanimously. The two regulatory extension requests.
Move approval?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Those are approved. And that brings us straight to item 5 because we don't have a planning director's report today. So we'll be back in just a second. Okay, we're ready for item 5, which is 5212 Massachusetts Avenue preliminary plan with Katie McCraney.
Good morning. For the record, Katie Mencarini, Down County Planning, presenting preliminary plan 120220170 5212 Massachusetts Avenue, which seeks to abandon unused right-of-way for Massachusetts Avenue and incorporation of the area back into the lot on the subject property, known as legally existing Lot 23. Staff recommends approval of preliminary plan with the conditions enumerated in the staff report. The property is subject to 1990 Bethesda Chevy Chase master plan. Surrounding the site are lots that are generally similar in size and contain single-family detached houses in the R60 zone. The 13,551 square foot property is zoned R60, is located on the west side of Massachusetts Avenue, approximately 150 feet north of Cape Cod Court. The site is currently a recorded vacant buildable lot. The subject right-of-way consists of 5,570 square feet. The applicant, Mr. Terza, owns the adjacent lot to the north, addressed at 5120 Kamek Drive. Per Chapter 49, Section 68, any unused but dedicated right-of-way must be evaluated by the Planning Board in the form of a preliminary plan, which is why this application is before you today. The purpose of the application is to request abandonment of a previously dedicated but unused right-of-way that is 30 feet in width along the eastern side of the site, shown here in blue hatching. No development is proposed as part of this preliminary plan. If approved, the preliminary plan will increase the existing lot size from 13,551 square feet to a total of 19,121 square feet. Now, I want to provide a little bit of background here. Massachusetts Avenue along the site frontage measures a total of 150 feet in width. The 1990 Bethesda Chevy Chase Master Plan and the 2018 Master Plan of Highways and Transitways envisions Massachusetts Avenue with a total width of 120 feet. Therefore, if approved, the right-of-way would achieve the master planned width. The staff report includes a summary of preliminary plan 11-989-1420, which approved abandonment of a similar piece that was 30 feet in width of right-of-way on Lot 24 immediately north of the site. So this is just continuing that same piece. Okay. Now, south of the site, Massachusetts Avenue has a consistent dedicated width of 120 feet. So from here on, 120. All right. Now, as no development is proposed as part of the preliminary plan, the review basis is Chapter 4968, abandonment of previously dedicated but unused rights-of-way. To approve the requested abandonment, the board must determine if the right-of-way was improved or used for purposes for which it was intended or dedicated, or if the right-of-way is necessary for public use. Now, the subject portion of the right-of-way along Massachusetts Avenue has existed as an unattended piece of land that has never been in public use. The area today is overgrown and unmaintained. As previously stated in the presentation, the Bethesda Chevy Chase Master Plan and the Master Plan of Highways and Transitways confirm the envisioned right-of-way width for Massachusetts Avenue to be 120 feet. If the subject application is approved, a total width of 120 feet along Massachusetts Avenue will remain. Just want to make sure that point is very clear. Also, another important point here is all recommended transportation facilities as envisioned by the Chevy Chase Master Plan, the Bicycle Master Plan, even the 2021 Complete Streets Design Guide can be implemented within those 120 feet. Therefore, additional 30 feet is not envisioned for future use. The project has also received approval letters from MCDOT and SHA. All right. Now, yesterday, the board received comments from neighboring residents in opposition. And the residents offered some overlapping concerns and 4 recommendations that I want to summarize for you and also provide some additional context and response. Number 1, the residents recommend the applicant pay MDOT for the market value of the land subject to the right-of-way abandonment. Staff's response is that this land was dedicated for free when the subdivision was created. And also, technically, the underlying land was already in the applicant's ownership, but it was subject to public right-of-way, which was never used. One other point that we want to make is that if approved, the landowner will pay taxes on that land where they weren't before when it was dedicated to public use. Okay. Number 2, the second concern is about the site's vehicular access to Massachusetts Avenue and potential safety conflicts. The residents recommend the applicant pay for installing a median or other traffic control device to restrict left turns out of the site. One thing to point out here, first of all, this is a vacant buildable lot today that has already been approved for access. Previously, like a year ago, the applicant pursued successfully a permit for a driveway and the curb cut has been installed. At that time, MDOT did evaluate the site distance and design of a future driveway. That's recorded. And so regardless of what happens here today about this right-of-way abandonment, that's already there. But as to alleviate some concerns, out on the road today along the entire site frontage is 2 sets of double yellow lines, which their intended purpose is to restrict left turns. So this would be an unnecessary traffic control device that's already out there. Number 3. There is concern of the land area to remain in the public right-of-way will not be maintained, and there's a recommendation by the residents that the applicant be required to maintain that space. Excellent point. However, that's already the case. MCDOT and SHA require homeowners that front on public right-of-way to maintain them. There's policies about snow removal, making sure that it's clear vegetation. Now, SHA does maintain some of these areas as well, and they will continue to do so to their standard. But to put another condition of approval on top of this seems unnecessary and redundant. The fourth one is the applicant should be required to provide a bus stop instead of giving the land away. Now, something that's important to note here is certainly we are pro-transit here. We want to increase transit access. However, there is already a transit stop 50 feet south, so this would be an incompatible space for a new bus stop. Similarly, if we were to install a bus stop, we would want to install it within the 120 feet. Installing a bus stop 30 feet from the bus stop is not really going to be effective. So that 30 feet is not going to make or break a bus stop's installation. Are there any questions about that before I move on?
Yeah, I'd say very thorough analysis, and again, because we're into bikeways and walkways, sidewalks, so you've really looked at that issue and that you're clear that this can have a walkway or bikeway if needed.
Absolutely.
There's enough right-of-way, yeah.
Thank you so much.
And this is a state highway then, Massachusetts Avenue.
Yes, sir.
And, yeah, the land will be a buildable lot, become a buildable lot.
It was already a buildable lot. So
It
you'll see
was,
that
but
in the
this would
conditions of
add
approval,
to
there's
it.
nothing about APF or anything of that matter because they don't need it. They already have
Does it
it.
give it any additional density, the extra? Not
No.
necessarily. Okay.
Not necessarily. Yeah,
Consistent
right.
with
It
the
already
zoning.
meets the minimum
Great,
requirements. Yeah.
well done, very thorough.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. So we'll wrap this up. The preliminary plan meets the necessary findings for the technical requirements of Chapter 4968 of the County Code. It also meets the intended vision of the Bethesda Chevy Chase Master Plan as conditioned. The applicant has met all signage and noticing requirements. Staff recommends approval with conditions of the preliminary plan as enumerated in the staff report. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any additional questions you have.
I'm going to assume the applicant doesn't have anything to add to that unless I hear otherwise. Okay. Unless there are comments or questions from the board,
Yeah.
you could have a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve as recommended by staff.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? That is approved. And we can move.
Thank you.
One in.
Thank you. We're going to move right along to item 6, Cool Streets Design Guidelines and Standards. Okay, we are ready for item 6, Cool Streets Design Guidelines and Standards.
Good morning, Board. I'm Larissa Clevin, for the record, Master Plan Supervisor for Down County. I am extremely excited to introduce Ronald Sessoms and his team from Roadside and Hardwell, who have completed some introductory work for us on cool streets. We were lucky enough to receive a grant that was funded by Council of Governments that led to this work. And there will be a variety of next steps and future elements that come out of this work. But I'd like to turn it over to Ron and his team to give us a briefing on the work that they've completed, and then we'll have plenty of time for questions at the end if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you. And hello and good morning, Planning Board. Thank you for spending the morning with us as we review our work that we've completed to develop Cool Street Guidelines for downtown Silver Spring. To walk through our work, we have a 4-part agenda. We will have a brief introduction of the planning team members that we have on the line today. We'll go over the background and purpose of this study. We'll cover the analysis that we completed to inform the results and the strategies found within the document. And then we'll go through briefly those different methods that we developed that begins to identify opportunities to create those cool streets that we'll talk a little bit more about through the presentation. And those elements are ones that can be implemented both by the county and by private developers, et cetera. So we have a lot of recommendations there that will help to alleviate some of the issues surrounding heat island and rising temperatures. And this is an important first step, a very innovative first step for the county. So with that, I'll get into the introductions. My name is Ronald Sessoms. I'm an urban designer with the firm Roadside and Harwell. Roadside and Harwell is leading this effort and is the prime consultant for this project. We're urban designers and landscape architects. We are very familiar with Montgomery County. Most recently, we completed the streetscape standards for downtown Silver Spring and also the guidelines for the Pike District streetscape improvements. And we're currently working on developing streetscape standards for the Wheaton Central Business District. So we're very familiar with Montgomery County, and we see this as a very innovative kind of document that begins to supplement a lot of that public realm work that we've done throughout the county. So we're very appreciative of the forward thinking that your department and your organization has related to completing this document and realizing the importance of having such a document to inform decisions related to public realm improvements throughout the county and more specifically downtown Silver Spring, which this document focuses on. And with that, I'll turn it over to Shelby to introduce herself and her firm.
Hi there, my name's Shelby Smith. I'm an environmental designer and project manager at Atilia 10. We've been supporting this effort through outdoor thermal comfort analysis, which we'll explain in more detail.
Thank you, Shelby. So to kind of set the stage for the importance of this document, I did want to talk a little bit about the purpose. Temperatures are increasing. We know that both anecdotally from our personal experiences, and we also know that scientifically. We know that these rising temperatures specifically negatively impact the communities in which we live, particularly our urban environments. This map, aerial photo on the right, shows the study area, which is inclusive of the downtown Silver Spring area. And as you can see, it's heavily developed. It's an urban center for the county. And the map to the left begins to show the temperature. And as you can see in downtown Silver Spring with the red and the oranges, that it's much hotter than the surrounding neighborhood areas, which has more tree canopy and ground cover, such as grass and vegetated surfaces. So some of the points of the study is to develop strategies to cool the urban environment of downtown Silver Spring. How can we begin to conceive interventions that could help improve the heat island that you see on that map and create more comfortable, safe, livable conditions for the people who live and visit downtown Silver Spring? And it's beyond just thinking about temperature. There are implications for improving air quality and also the health and wellness of residents and visitors within this district. So it's not all about just the temperatures, it's about creating those livable community conditions for all residents and visitors of this area. And I will also add that this study is focused on downtown Silver Spring, but a lot of these strategies can be easily applied to other areas within the county. So that's another good thing about this document is that it is focused on this area, but the strategies can be applied in many different areas within the county. So this is an overview of our project approach. It comprised of three kind of areas, one being the urban heat analysis. This was a data-driven document. The recommendations are supported through our analysis, the analysis that Shelby and her team were able to complete that begins to take in account existing climate conditions, specifically within downtown Silver Spring, and the analysis of materials and material alternatives to understand what are some of the implications and what are some of the interventions that one could consider to, again, get back to that last slide of improving the public realm of Silver Spring and beginning to combat the urban heat island that exists within the community. And then from there, taking that analysis and beginning to actually identify strategies and methods to cool these public realm, cool street environments, and then beginning to outline some implementation strategies. You know, we have the analysis, we have the tools, but how can we begin to apply those tools in our projects and get to our ultimate goal of improving the public realm within Silver Spring? So with that, I will turn it over to Shelby, and she will walk through the analysis that we completed as part of this project.
Great, thanks, Ron. Okay, so the intent of really the analytical piece of this study was to determine the efficacy of various design strategies. So looking at things like different paving materials and environmental strategies to really measure how the extent to which they can improve outdoor thermal comfort, specifically within this climate, so within downtown Silver Spring. So with that, we looked at three different studies, a baseline UTCI or Universal Climate Index analysis, a point-in-time peak UTCI analysis, and then finally a streetscape design analysis. So kind of the remainder of my slides will walk you through these analysis and the results and corresponding recommendations. So before we get into the analysis piece, just want to talk about the metric we use. So the Universal Thermal Climate Index is really what we looked at throughout all of these three studies. And it is a thermal strain index value that considers aspects such as wind, radiation, humidity, air temperature, and then body position. So whether you're sitting or standing or moving. And it's really intended to be interpreted as a representative feels-like temperature for the body. So even if you have air temperature as 1 degree, the actual experience of being kind of in that climate based off these different variables could be an even higher temperature or UTCI. So for this first study, we wanted to understand baseline conditions. So in other words, what's the current climatic condition in Silver Spring, again, based off this UTCI metric. And then also look at how effective strategies such as wind and shade can be at improving outdoor thermal comfort in this current climate. So the bar there shows annual UTCI. So each dot you see is actually a single hour of the year between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. that corresponds with our UTCI scale and indicates comfort levels between moderate cold stress in blue all the way at the bottom, and then all the way up to very strong heat stress. So that's the red you see, obviously kind of more red in, as you'd expect, summer months, and a lot more blue in the winter. And then the pie graphs below show the number of hours considered to have no thermal stress. So that's what you see in green, and how that can be expanded by adding these different climate kind of elements. So when you add wind, and then when you add wind protection and shade, you can actually increase the amount of hours that have no thermal stress from 37% annually up to 60%. So really substantial increase there. So then what we did here is take kind of a specific week that represents a typical cool week and a typical warm week within that annual UTCI band to kind of examine it in closer detail. So the typical cool week is January 27th to February 2nd, and our typical warm week is July 20th to July 26th. And of course, our analysis is really focusing on urban heat. So we'll kind of turn to our typical hot week. And actually what we did from this analysis was pull out our analysis period. So July 24th is the analysis period that we use for the rest of the studies, really to be representative of our typical hot week. And this is based off historic climate file data between 2004 and 2018. So it does represent historic temperatures, and current and really future average temperatures will likely increase, so be even hotter than what we're seeing here. So moving ahead with our chosen analysis period. So again, this is based off that July 24th kind of average or typical hot day in the summer. This next study we conducted is the point-in-time UTCI analysis. And for this, we parametrically tested a range of surface materials and environmental conditions to measure the effect that they have on outdoor thermal comfort. And for this study specifically, we looked at 2 p.m. So we really wanted to see kind of peak thermal conditions, peak temperature on this typical hot day. And what you see in the table below, and this is color-coded according to that UTCI scale we showed earlier. So you can observe as you move from left to right while layering strategies such as wind and shade and evaporative cooling. The UTCI changes from very strong heat stress, so all the way in kind of that deep red, to more moderate heat stress in the yellow. And then similarly, as you move from low reflectance materials, so things like standard asphalt and the black metal grates, to high reflectance materials and actually softscape as well, so grass. Similarly, you can see that heat stress index improving. The greatest reduction, though, is gained by kind of combining these. So layering in the high reflectance paving and softscape along with introducing things like shade and wind and evaporative cooling. And that's where you can actually start a little bit getting into the green, the no thermal stress category. So key takeaways from our point-in-time peak analysis is that on a hot summer day, peak UTCI temperatures in Silver Spring can reach as high as 125 degrees Fahrenheit. And again, this is, if the air temperature in this condition is 96 degrees. So that's kind of substantially, being experienced is substantially warmer and hotter than even just the air temperature. And this, again, is due to kind of things like radiation and the different paving materials that can impact our human comfort level. Next, shade and evaporative cooling, we did find to be the most effective strategies for reducing UTCI and can provide a 10 to 15% reduction. Also, cool materials such as ground cover planting and open grid paving can really significantly improve outdoor thermal comfort as well. And then finally, as noted, it's really the combination of these paving strategies and cool strategies that provide the greatest reduction and can help improve outdoor thermal comfort, moving it from very strong heat stress to no thermal stress. So finally, turning to our third analysis, the urban heat analysis. We used the results from our peak point in time study to apply these findings to an actual streetscape in downtown Silver Spring. So we chose Fenton Street as our sort of analysis surface, kind of what we focused on for this study for a few different reasons. So it's a major pedestrian throughway. Also, it runs north-south, so it's going to be receiving really high amounts of incident solar radiation throughout the day. And what we did was basically create a 3D model based off that analysis period you see circled in red on the map there. So this does include context geometry, so things like nearby buildings, in order to capture kind of the current condition and also be able to incorporate shade that we're already receiving on these surfaces from buildings that are present. So this study provides a UTCI heat map, which applies, again, our universal thermal climate index scale to the streetscape surface
integrating climate-friendly
surface in order to compare various materials and environmental conditions spatially. So this analysis was conducted at 9 a.m., 12 p.m., and 3 p.m., again on our July 24th study period, both with and without wind and shade. So we compared two different material schemes, the baseline, which represents current paving conditions in downtown Silver Springs, looks at materials, again, standard asphalt on the roadway, red brick, and black metal grills, and then also charcoal concrete pavers based off the Silver Springs streetscape standards. And then that's compared to our proposed material palette. So things like light colored asphalt, open grid paving, so that could be concrete and grass lattice, ground cover planting, and then things like light colored concrete and light colored brick and paving. So really kind of higher reflectance paving materials. So this next slide shows the results of the baseline materials on a hot summer day. So again, that July 24th study period, without wind and with no additional shade introduced. So again, this is taken at 9, 12, and 3, and what you're seeing on the slide here is a composite image. So it's the results of all three analysis period layered on top of one another. And here the air temperature ranges from 91 degrees Fahrenheit to 96. But as you can see, the UTCI, so again, kind of what it actually feels like when standing on the street here, is as high as 125 degrees Fahrenheit within that black asphalt roadway space, and between 105 and 110 when standing on the red brick in kind of our pedestrian throughway. So here, 7% of the surface area experiences strong heat stress, and 93% experiences very strong heat stress. So next, we tested the proposed materials, so that those higher reflectance paving materials and softscape, also on our hot summer day. And this one was done without shade and without wind. And you can really see a lot of improvement, particularly kind of in the pedestrian zone and in the planter zone, where red brick and black metal grills are substituted for open grid paving and light colored brick. And this can amount to a 10 to 20 degree Fahrenheit reduction in our outdoor thermal climate index. And this reduces the amount of surface area with very strong heat stress to 86%. We have 12% of the surface area with strong heat stress and actually 2% with moderate heat stress. Next, we return to our baseline materials and add street trees, which will provide shading, and then also pull in wind, which improves the outdoor thermal comfort, even within the baseline materials here. So with a 10% of the surface area experiencing strong heat stress and 90% experiencing very strong heat stress, so a moderate improvement over kind of that initial baseline study without wind and shade. But really the greatest improvement that we can see in outdoor thermal comfort is achieved again through this combination of cool materials and cool strategies. So here we looked at the proposed materials, high reflectance paving, open grid paving, et cetera, with on a day with wind and also with the addition of street trees to provide that shading. So this really reduces the surface area with strong heat stress to 81%, the area with with very strong heat stress to 81%, the area with strong heat stress to 16, and then we have 3% of the surface area with moderate heat stress. So key takeaways from our spatial UTCI study is really first that public spaces, key public spaces within downtown Silver Spring can experience really high levels of heat stress during these peak summer conditions, up to 125 degrees Fahrenheit. But the introduction of light-colored paving can improve that heat stress index dramatically by 5 to 10 degrees Fahrenheit. And then introducing, again, aspects like shade and wind can improve those conditions by another 10 to 15 degrees Fahrenheit. But again, as we've seen, combining these approaches, so using the light-colored paving and softscape, in addition to adding wind and street trees, provides the greatest reduction with a 20 to 25 degree Fahrenheit reduction in outdoor thermal comfort, and can actually introduce areas that are moderately, just experience moderate heat stress. So turning to recommendations based off these studies, we've kind of broken our recommendations up into 3 categories. So materials, shading, vegetation, and then other recommendations. So certainly with materials, we do recommend increasing the usage of light-colored paving and targeting materials with a solar reflectance value. An initial solar reflectance value of 0.33 whenever feasible. So that's where you get kind of the light-colored brick and light-colored asphalt and concrete. Really, the greatest material improvement, though, we saw was with open grid paving and softscaped. So we do recommend incorporating those materials, again, whenever feasible. We also saw that shade was a really effective strategy at improving outdoor thermal comfort. So providing shade with certainly street trees, but also devices such as solar thermal collectors or PV and awnings in key public spaces is a strategy that can really provide large swaths of shading and improve outdoor thermal comfort within that microclimate. Vegetation is definitely something we recommend incorporating into the streetscape wherever possible. So again, softscape grass and ground cover, and also really trying to preserve large and mature trees that have kind of large tree canopies is recommended. We also recommend creating strategic kind of localized areas of improved microclimate every 500 feet. So as you're walking down the street, as a pedestrian, you can kind of find these areas of respite on hot summer days through the use of, again, these light colored paving and vegetative thermal mass. And also introducing and integrating deciduous trees wherever possible, as they'll provide shade in the summer and then shed their leaves in the winter, which is when you're able to get that solar heat gain in the winter when you do actually want it. So kind of dynamic shading there. And then finally, exploring additional strategies such as using spray evaporative cooling devices in key public areas in the summer can be explored. And then also avoiding building barriers that block southern and western winds in the summer so that we're able to kind of facilitate wind wherever possible.
Great, thank you. So taking into account the analysis and the findings from that analysis and the recommendations that Shelby went through, we developed a toolkit of parts that can begin to take those findings and actually develop a menu or toolkit that one could pull from as far when considering implementable action items. So those elements kind of fall into two categories. So there's nature-based elements and then there's built environment elements. More of your nature-based elements would be street trees, ground cover planting, considering natural evaporative cooling, and then also wind and ventilation. And then for the built environment elements, things like pavement removal, architectural shade structure, consideration of building mass and orientation, and evaporative cooling for built features are ones that we could begin to consider for the public realm, particularly the streetscape within Silver Spring. Along with identifying these tools, we also identify the effectiveness and costs generally for each of these items. So you can see the dollar sign symbols there, the elements with $1, for example. Street trees are less costly than, let's say, evaporative cooling, which would be more, which would require more infrastructure and more cost to implement. So that's something that we took into account when developing this toolkit, along with the effectiveness. So again, the blue squares, one square representing elements that are perhaps least effective, up to elements that are more effective or elements that you could get more impact from, such as street trees. As you could see from Shelby's analysis, those have three squares on them. So it's just a way to kind of inform as one consider these different elements, which ones may be prioritized when considering funding and or effectiveness as one begins to implement these strategies. So as part of the methodologies piece, we went through and began to kind of physically analyze what these interventions mean as far as actual implementation in Silver Spring. So the diagram at the top, you can see kind of illustrates existing paving materials and existing overall conditions within downtown Silver Spring. So you can see the dark brick, the asphalt, generally the street tree patterns. Even these street trees are placed fairly generously. There's some areas of downtown Silver Spring that does not have any street trees. So we sort of begin to illustrate that to the top. And then taking the recommendations from the analysis, taking in the toolkit as I outlined on the previous slide, and beginning to illustrate that on the bottom diagram. So you can see more street trees, more ground cover vegetation, lighter paving materials, et cetera, really begins to define these streetscape environments with materials that increase pedestrian comfort. That's our overall goal, is to make sure that we're creating healthy, sustainable public realm environments for people. So you begin to see that illustrated here. And we also illustrated within these diagrams the different opportunities that we outlined within the toolkit. So paving material, removement strategies, architectural shade structures, how they can begin to be integrated into the environment, etc. So this was a very useful diagram to help future implementation projects and begin to illustrate those opportunities. So again, just kind of delving into those toolkit items a little bit further. These are the elements: increase in the street tree canopy. We want to make sure that we have corridors that begin to increase opportunities for deciduous trees, as Shelby had mentioned, trees that provide shade in the summer, and trees that lose their leaves in the winter, so that we can have warmer environments for an increase in that pedestrian comfort. Maximize the natural evaporative cooling. So this is an image of kind of curbside BMPs or stormwater management facilities that can help contribute to natural evaporative cooling. Using light colored paving materials. This is a big one. Of course, in Silver Spring today, there's a lot of dark brick paving, asphalt paving, etc. So identifying opportunities to implement lighter colored paving materials would be a major move. Increase in ground cover planting. So not only thinking about street trees, but also removing pavement where it's unnecessary to really increase the green, soft, streetscape environments that will help cool the temperature and make it more pleasant for pedestrians. Thinking about natural wind ventilation, and that kind of goes with building massing and orientation, making sure that where possible, integrating these techniques within the built environment is important. And then also thinking about interventions such as water misters, where we can create these respites, these comfortable respites for pedestrians, removing pavement at select locations, and integrating architectural shade structures. So not just thinking about the natural shade, but thinking about opportunities to integrate more built structures within the environment is important as well. So we have this toolkit. And we also have to think about, well, how do we move from the toolkit to actually getting some of these features on the ground? And when we think about implementation, there are many important considerations, and there are opportunities. Maintenance projects, the Central Business District is one that's frequently undergoing many, streetscape improvement projects, maintenance projects. So there's opportunities to perhaps incorporate some of these strategies as those projects come to fruition. Pilot and demonstration projects, sampling some of these techniques and testing them before implementing larger projects could be a real opportunity. There's a lot of redevelopment and development happening within the district. So perhaps working with developers to implement some of these techniques as part of those projects. And then, of course, capital improvement projects, beginning to work in some of these interventions as part of those projects would be of consideration as well. And then once you build the projects, there are long-term considerations such as maintenance of facilities, and then educating the public and various departments on how to upkeep some of these interventions. So there's things you can do now, and there's also considerations for the long term as well that one would want to consider when implementing any of these toolkit items as well. So with that, I will turn it over to the planning board for any questions, comments, or discussion that you might want to have.
Any questions or comments on board? Jerry, did you want to say?
Carol, you want to go?
Or Carol?
Yeah, I have quite a bit.
So do I.
Thank you for this great presentation. Really appreciate the work. I have a couple. Mr. Sessoms, you said at the very beginning this was a good first step, or this was a great first step, and I agree with you. It's a great first step. But couple, what I'm looking for, and I would hope, and this is really aimed more at the department and its staff, and how are we going to move forward to the next steps? And that's important. I see a couple things that need to occur. I mean, it's probably not a coincidence that our next item on the agenda is the Silver Spring Design Guidelines. So I see that taking this information and incorporating it into standard design guidelines would be very helpful. I was originally thinking maybe a functional master plan, but I don't think it belongs there. I think it belongs in our design guidelines. But it shouldn't just apply, as was said, to Silver Spring. We need to really look at it as part of our master plans, and when we get into the design guidelines, how to apply that. And I would do it, I think, for more than just the streetscape, because we talked about, and it was mentioned in the presentation, potentially working with developers or applicants and finding ways to incorporate these strategies not only into the private development, but we really need to also push it forward in the public development. So that was my first comment. And from the head nodding I'm assuming that you all are already, you're great minds think alike. So that's great. The other question is whether it could be incorporated, and maybe it is, as part of the environmental improvements for CR benefit points. As we look at the, I know that we're starting to talk about changes and revisions to some of those benefits. And I think this would be a possibility, is dealing with this as part of the environmental sustainability moving forward. What wasn't talked about, which I'd like to understand, is obviously there's the cost analysis. We talked about there was presented some of the issues related to cost. But I'd like to see also in cost analysis, not just fiscal, but in the physical. So, for example, how do you interplay some of these recommendations into other strategies that we have? For example, increasing our bicycle and pedestrian realm. And clearly, I recall that we had a discussion when we were dealing with the Silver Spring Master Plan on kind of prioritization between adding bikeways and making sure that we have ample street trees, and what the impact and the interplay between that was. Prioritization, how important it is that we really have to address both. We can't address just one, and we need to figure out how to do that in the best, both, in the risk analysis that we have for moving forward in how we live, but also in the cost analysis and the prioritization of those different strategies. So I'd like to have, make sure that we focus on that interplay, basically between, how do we deal with the environmental structures, and in consideration of other amenities that we want to make sure that we get into the public realm. I think that was it for right now. But I really, I look forward to hearing how it's going to be integrated into our discussion of the next agenda item, because, of course, that would be applicable to all design, I think, all future design guidelines. So, thank you.
If I may, I'd like to follow up on our comments. Again, I remember a meeting down in our old building between the planning chair and the county executive, and the issue was putting trees in, low-level trees, high-level trees, and the issue was with the suburban district, which is part of MC, or had been part of MCD, about maintaining who's going to. And the one issue was disease going between trees that are too close. So that was one consideration. It's been a very good presentation by the consultant, but that was one of the things that came up. So consultation with I don't know whether there still is the urban district. I know in Rockville, the city maintains our trees. And so whether that's a consideration, the cost, budget impact to doing that. The other other question, as I say, the financial impact. The other thing that comes up, we talk about global warming, and looking at that, if there is global warming, what does, the sequoia trees in California are dying because of supposed global warming. Is that a consideration of what you might do in terms of tree planting? Current species we have versus other species that are more resilient to the actual global warming. The other thing that comes up is a little bit about abutting property owners and, again, the suburban district, what their relationship would be. We're looking around the county where some projects that came in, we've required that the utilities along there be put underground. So the question is looking at, water and sewer, undergrounding utilities, what is the impact on trees when in fact they are placed or installed? The other thing that, the bus stops, tree lighting, those are considerations. And lastly, from our conference of what we're proposing in Silver Spring, our Montgomery 5 conference, the plans here, I mentioned the parking lot district. I sent to Gwen a thing that AICP is looking at, and that's kind of urban innovation districts, and whether somehow looking at the parking districts, which are changing. We're having more walking, biking, carpool, and transit. So is there a way of enhancing our urban districts by maybe, I mentioned at the meeting here in 1947, the parking lot districts was a model for the country, but maybe we're looking more at how you maintain an urban district. And so maybe that's a consideration of maybe merging some of the but again, budget impact and all of this is an important aspect.
Yeah, I'll just add Elsa Heisel McCoy, Chief Down County Planning, for the record. Tina Schneider on our team has been the project manager on our end, and she's had a lot of discussions already with a lot of the agencies. I mean, there are a good number of agencies that deal with our public rights of way in the various aspects, and so there are lots of conversations to be had. But I think we've started them.
Yeah, may I add a few things?
Sure.
Okay, great. Hi, everybody. Yeah, this was a great conversation about the work that's being done for Silver Spring. As Carol alluded to, this issue is not just limited to Silver Spring. It's a broader countywide issue. It's a global issue. So one of the things that I'd like to do is kind of look at it in that way. So we may be able to use this, as Carol said, in the guidelines right now, in standard guidelines, but I foresee it as a larger plan or at least I hope, in terms of how are we going to do this? How are we going to prioritize our areas? What choices are we going to use? There's lots of different elements and ways in which we can cool the street, as we had seen in this presentation. So how do we choose? As was already mentioned, when there's competition for bicycle lanes and we also can't get trees, what could we do? There's shade and awnings that we might be able to do. We might even be able to do road diets. And I think we ought to, maybe, I'm sure there's going to be lots of comments about that, if not there already are. But, what can we do to maximize the cooling effect of our streets? And that's going to become more and more important. Also, there's a lot of collaboration, as you have mentioned, with many, many different departments into the street right of way. From the utility lines to DOT to SHA, they're all involved and very much in the streets, which brings me to another point, which I wanted to touch on, which is the importance. This presentation was on the streetscape. So we can cool a community, reduce heat island effect a little bit in the streets, but a community is more than a street. It's made out of private land and public land, and we need to do more things like putting green roofs wherever we can, having more open green space, have trees. I really like the idea that this guidelines came up with, which is like every 500 feet to have areas where potentially people can cool. So really to think about that, I foresee like shelters of some sort, or open space parks, or little kind of areas that have maybe misters or coolers or shade in some way. So we really need to think about this as planners. Really, when we're planning a streetscape, what is that going to look like to really integrate this into our thought process of master planning, site planning, regional planning? It's not been thought of yet in our area and many other areas across the country. Although, like, really heat communities that have been really affected, like in the South and in California, they are doing it very, very aggressively. So anyway, those are some of the things that I'd like to see as next steps, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
I had a couple of quick comments. Having, walk through downtown Silver Spring regularly with my kids, you can see where there's been development, and as a result, some more tree canopy and just easier to get around. And in other places that haven't seen any development is usually where you see areas where it's a little bit harder to navigate, especially when it's hot. But one of the things I noticed, and mostly I've seen them in Europe, primarily in the Netherlands, is this use of tree, I think they're called like tree tubs. They're almost like these large containers where you can grow mature trees without having to plant them into the ground. And they're steel reinforced, oversized containers that allow you to get the shade coverage that you need without having to dig up concrete, asphalt, or pavers to integrate some sort of tree root system. Now, obviously, you're not going to get a gigantic tree out of it because a tree only grows as much as the roots allow them to grow. Nevertheless, they're large enough that you can have them. Now, of course, in some of these constrained areas, you start to get into ADA issues and, of course, navigating around them. But I think there are probably areas that could benefit from this that do have the space. And maybe, things change when development happens and, they're removed or they're put somewhere else. But I do think we should start looking at what we can implement in the short term to create that experience. When we shut down some of the streets, the streeteries, that would be a great opportunity to put them on the street to not only act as a traffic calming, but also to create a better experience. Obviously, there's tents and people are sitting inside of them, but having additional greenery around them makes a big difference. So it's something to consider. We also recently got public input on the South Silver Spring Urban Park. And, one of the things we heard during the summertime is now that the water feature in downtown Silver Spring is gone, that there isn't really a cooling spot for a lot of the children. And so maybe either at that location or elsewhere, I think it would be really nice to have something. I know the district has prioritized these cooling stations, especially for families who don't have access to swimming pools. I mean, swimming pool access is very, you have to be of a certain socioeconomic group, and the community pools are often very crowded, those that, can access them. So I think thinking about that as well, I think would be helpful. But otherwise, this was a great analysis, and I too, like Commissioner Sichi, look forward to how we can implement it. Even if it's like, and I've been focusing a lot on these smaller bites. The more we can do that, I think the more we can at least get started in the right direction, and then slowly we can start making some improvement.
Yeah, and I think what the research has shown is sort of how, as to Tina's point, sort of how little we've been paying attention in terms of, we have data for so many things, but for the Silver Spring plan and for this study, Tina and her colleagues went out and actually measured surface temperatures. And that's not something that, we have satellites that measure air temperature, but in terms of measuring, getting data about surface temperatures, that's not something we have. So I think, this is a report that answered some questions, but asked a whole raft of other questions. And, in Silver Spring and other things, we're looking forward to figuring out how to make those interim changes and then lay the foundation for those longer-term changes.
A couple things. One is that I recall the county used to have a pretty substantial street tree program, and I think it was 2005 or thereabouts, like 3 or 4 budget crises ago, that the program was, I don't know if it was eliminated, but I think it was cut way back. And, we're not going to see redevelopment everywhere we need trees. As Partha says, some of the places that have the most hot surfaces are the places that are older, not necessarily focus of a lot of development interest in parts of the county. You're just not going to see any private sector-led fresh investment that's going to give you an opportunity to require tree planting. So I think maybe one of the things we might recommend, I think it used to be, it's an operating budget item, but when we go through capital budget priority recommendations, that might be something to throw in there is to recommend funding for more street trees generally. And there was one other thing I was going to say, but now I've forgotten it. Oh, yeah. One of the reasons that the planning board recommended, although I know the staff isn't thrilled by this idea, that if we're in the forest conservation amendments to allow credit in urban areas for trees in the right of way or trees that don't amount to forests, they don't cover enough contiguous area to qualify as a forest. To allow credit for that for afforestation requirements on urban development projects, because if you require afforestation with forests, you're going to be in a different watershed entirely, not going to be anywhere near the site. And I think that was one of the reasons that the planning board supported that idea of giving credit for trees that don't constitute forests, for some of the reasons that were discussed today, that we understand that doesn't serve the same ecological function as a forest, but it's still valuable for stormwater management, for cooling, for all the reasons that we've discussed today.
I'd like,
Yeah, Tina, go ahead, yeah. Or either Tina. Tina Schneider? Did you want to say something? Tina Schneider is frozen, so maybe she'll come
Commissioner,
back.
do you mind if I add one comment?
I'm sorry?
Oh, I just wanted to add, as many of you have brought up, this is absolutely an equity issue as well. And it is absolutely a lens through which we are looking at this analysis and our next steps, where implementation is going, what elements maybe will happen kind of more led by a private sector where we need to step in. So I just wanted to raise that we're absolutely looking at it through that lens as well.
I think Tina Schneider is unfrozen, so if she wanted to say something, she could do that.
yeah,
or-
hi. Thank you. I just wanted to remind everyone the problem with in the streets right of way. If we put all of our trees in the right of way, DOT and State Highway Administration can cut those down anytime they want. And it takes a long time for a tree to grow to really produce quality shade. And oftentimes the tree canopies have to touch one another because and that takes time for the tree canopies to touch. So if we plant them 30 feet apart, it takes time for them to grow to really give the cooling effect that we need. And that's another study that we'd like to do. Different species, different ages of trees, what is the potential for cooling of those different conditions, street conditions and species? We really need to look at that. And one more thing, it is important, some of our oldest trees that are most capable of reducing temperatures are on private property, and as we know, those are subject to removal. So we have to, these are kind of things that it's a delicate juggle, and we all know the competition for saving trees and development, and so we have to start looking at where are the costs and the benefits of that.
Commissioner Tina, you're up if you like.
Thank you very much. Ms. Schneider and Mr. Sessoms and Ms. Smith team, I want to thank you for your presentation. Ms. Schneider, you've been before us before regarding this topic, and I like to see that it's expanded. I also want to expand on the comment that was just made. I know the vice chair talked about it lightly, but I'm encouraging you to think about this beyond Silver Spring and think about the equity focus areas. What you've talked about is primarily in an urban setting, and you, Mr. Sessoms, you were very clear in explaining that. But if we are going to look at expanding this model, I think, Ms. Schneider, you mentioned a menu of options or a menu of ways of addressing, but I think special attention needs to be given to equity focus areas. The cooling stations that were mentioned assumes that there's water that's readily available, or that there's some other, that there's a sidewalk in place. So I would ask if you do, as you move forward, to consider that. We've also talked in the past about what that means. And last week we had a presentation where I asked about lighting, and how do you incorporate that? So Ms. Schneider, I know your colleagues are working on that pedestrian master plan update. How do you incorporate that so that it's, again, there's this intersection, but again, we're also looking at areas where some of the elements that we're taking for granted here are not in place. But again, thank you for a great presentation.
I'd just say Tina Patterson makes a good point on the equity issue. Our co-chair of our Montgomery 5 was in the paper writing about the purple line and the other implications, the housing, the jobs that are required. So I think that's a good point on the equity issue throughout the county, looking at other areas.
Just one other comment, and I think it'll be relevant to the next discussion on the Silver Spring design guidelines. But just to be aware that it's kind of a double hit, because some of the older areas that tend to be the most paved are also the least shaded. So you get a double hit from that, and so we need to really look at that approach, particularly to some of the older areas.
Okay. With that, I think that concludes this item. Thanks very much for that report, everybody. And we'll be back in a minute for the Silver Spring Design Guidelines.
Thank you.
Okay, it's time for item 7, the Silver Spring Downtown Adjacent Communities Plan Draft Design Guidelines. With Atara Margolis.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. For the record, this is Atara Margulies, Planner in the Down County Division. Today's presentation is an initial briefing on the Silver Spring Downtown and Adjacent Communities Plan Design Guidelines. This is just an update on our ongoing work. We're not asking the board to take any action today. This briefing will discuss why we write design guidelines to go with a sector plan, the overall approach staff is taking with these particular guidelines, and what topics we are looking at in these guidelines that are specifically unique to downtown Silver Spring. So first we'll start with a short overview and introduction to design guidelines as a concept. So what are design guidelines? Why do we write them? The final product will be a document that guides development projects and public space improvements in the plan area. It's a tool for applicants and property owners, as well as a tool for the regulatory team when reviewing development applications. The design guidelines also helps achieve the plan's recommendation for design excellence in the downtown. So who are the users of the design guidelines? So there's multiple audiences for this document, just as there are for the sector plan. It'll be read by the larger community to better understand the future vision for development in the downtown. It'll be used by property owners and applicants to understand the intent of the sector plan and to guide their applications. It will also be used by the Design Advisory Panel, the DAP, to evaluate the projects before them for review, and you can see a screenshot here of the Bethesda DAP meeting to discuss a project. And the regulatory team will refer to it when reviewing submitted development applications and presenting those projects to the planning board. What do design guidelines address? Well, it will address street types and streetscape elements. It will address site design, building form, parks and public spaces. It will also include a section on specific neighborhoods and opportunity sites that will get their own guidelines that relate to the sector plan. So the organization of these design guidelines is going to be extremely similar to the way the Bethesda Downtown design guidelines were organized. First, the document will cover all of the plan-wide guidelines, and it'll be the topics that you see here. For this plan in specific, we are proposing to include a short section on guidelines for connections over the rail, since that's something that we recommend in the Silver Spring plan. There's 2 connections over the rail that were recommended, and therefore we want to address some design considerations for those. Then there'll be a separate section, district section, that goes through specific opportunity sites. So on the next few slides, I'm going to go through which subtopics each of these sections will address. So by the end of this presentation, you'll have a good understanding of the full outline of the proposed document. The street section will identify street types based on the Complete Streets Design Guide and will identify which streetscape elements are included in each type. The section will also address stormwater management in the right-of-way, as this is a major priority of implementation of the Green Loop recommendation in the sector plan. We are coordinating internally with our colleagues in countywide and externally with MCDOT for the design guidelines in this section. We will also be incorporating into this document some of the takeaways and recommendations from the Cool Streets design guidelines that Tina Schneider and Roadside and Harwell just presented in the previous item. The sector plan focused on the value of accessibility and ensuring that if we improve connectivity, which was one of the goals of the plan in Silver Spring, that we do so for everyone. So this section will also include guidelines for accessibility in the right-of-way, something we have not necessarily addressed at this level in previous design guidelines, partially inspired by MCDOT's recent work on making streets more accessible for individuals with vision disabilities. And in their work, they actually used Fenton Street as the test case. So there's really a lot of great takeaways in MCDOT's recent work that they are planning to pull into their standards, and similarly, we will pull some ideas from there into the guidelines so that we are in alignment. Unlike in the Bethesda Downtown Design Guidelines, we're not going to be proposing street types that are specific to the plan area. Rather, we will be using the street types and streetscape elements that were defined in the Complete Streets Design Guide. So this is the first time that in Down County, we are integrating Complete Streets into sector plan design guidelines. We've been working closely with the authors of the guide to determine how to tailor the recommendations in that guide down to the detailed level of sector plan design guidelines. Just as an example, almost all the streets in our plan area are classified as downtown streets, but they also range in right-of-way width from 100 feet to 50. So we're working with the folks from countywide and also hopefully with NCDOT to figure out how to differentiate between those larger and smaller downtown streets and have guidelines that work for both of those types. And we will ultimately have an illustrative diagram, much like the one you see here, which is a draft diagram under development for each street type. So we will be able to clearly have guidelines for each street type in the Silver Spring sector plan. The street type definition which will inform the elements that are located in the active zone, which from Complete Streets Design Guide definitions is the point between the curb and the building face. So this design guidelines will dive into those elements and establish how to figure out what those are depending on your street type, and that will help determine where the building face is located, because ultimately in design guidelines, that's something you need to be really clear about so applicants can figure out where the building is located. And in this case, we're using Complete Streets as the initial guide to get us there. In the site design section, we will address considerations and strategies for managing stormwater on site, as well as other site design issues that address energy efficiency and minimizing heat island effect. And I think we will be bringing in, again, like was just discussed, some of the overall ideas from Cool Streets can also be applied to site design, particularly because in Silver Spring, as I'm going to talk about in a bit later, there are numerous large sites here which will have multiple buildings and open spaces and could have a good deal of site design, which could include, planted areas and paved areas. And so I think we'll take some of those lessons learned from Cool Streets with regard to pavement types and other ways of cooling hardscape areas and bring that into the site design section as well. This is a precedent from elsewhere. But yes, an example of something that we would, we aspire to, right? That's what a lot of the pictures in the design guidelines will be sort of, inspirational images to help us know what we're aiming for. The site design section will also include guidelines on vehicle access to a site in terms of service entrances and loading docks and where those should be located and how the site should be accessed. The guidelines will address both, as I just said, infill sites that will only contain one building when it's redeveloped, as well as sites that are likely to redevelop with multiple buildings, because in downtown Silver Spring, we have a number of those sites. The section on building form will discuss a few issues. Generally, the guidelines strive to address how the building relates to the street, how the building relates to other buildings adjacent to it, and to the greater context of the neighborhood or district. This section will include guidelines for a variety of building types, including mid-rise and high-rise, as we expect to see a range of types come in future development applications for the downtown. Similar to the Bethesda guidelines, these will address how the base, tower, and top of a building should relate to the street, to the nearby buildings, and to the rest of the building itself. The section will include guidelines on how to achieve activated ground floors for both commercial buildings and residential buildings. As we have discussed even here many times, in Silver Spring, we are not expecting every building to come in with retail on the ground floor, but we are expecting every building to have an interesting and active ground floor, and the guidelines will provide suggestions on how to achieve that. The section will also address how structured parking is integrated into a building's design, as well as energy-efficient strategies for building, and it will reiterate the sector plan support for the county's climate action plan. This section will also address the reuse of existing buildings, and it will address redevelopment or reuse of structures with historic significance in the downtown, something else that needs to be addressed in Silver Spring, and that is sort of unique to this particular area. I'm now going to move on to talk about the parks and public spaces content, and I'll let Christina take over.
Real quick before you do that,
Yes.
bird safe design, I think I know what that
yes.
is. Can you just briefly explain what that is?
Sure. This is something that's already been addressed also in the Bethesda design guidelines, and because it applies to high-rise buildings, we're going to put it in take those forward into our high-rise section here as well. It's talking about you have buildings that when you have sort of high-rise towers that are almost completely reflective glass facades, you end up with a tremendous number of bird deaths, particularly based on migratory corridors and where the urban areas are located. So it's mostly just about designing your facade in a way that it is not a complete sheet of glass, appears to a bird like a complete sheet of glass. And frankly, given all the strategies that are often recommended in terms of managing solar heat gain, those usually help achieve what you're trying to achieve in terms of bird safe design, because there's louvers or other elements in the facade that stick out of it that create shadows, that create lines, and then the birds don't fly into the building in the same way. So,
What's missing here in this list is the incorporation from the last presentation. It talks about energy efficient buildings, but it doesn't talk about buildings that potentially could help address the heat island, the cooling effect, that kind of thing. I just don't know whether it's incorporated into something else, but clearly, I think we need to start moving in that direction, that it's not as Ms. Schneider pointed out, it's not just about the streets. We also have to look at development.
absolutely. That's already, so we could include that here. We could just reiterate it. It's already sort of required in the sector plan. So we said you had to have either a cool or a light-colored roof. I mean, a green or a light-colored roof. You couldn't make a regular roof in downtown Silver Spring. So we will for sure be reiterating that in this section. And usually we do restate things like, I didn't put this in here because it's just restating from the sector plan, but the green cover requirements that are in the sector plan already, the 35% minimum, will be restated in the design guidelines. That puts everything in one place when people are looking to either submit applications or our staff is reviewing. So yes, many things like that will just be carried forward in sort of a restatement. Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to pass it to Christina.
Good morning, chairs and commissioners. For the record, Christina Sasaki, Park Plan and Park Planning Stewardship Division. The Parks and Open Space portion of these guidelines will cover 3 major topics: the system of urban parks, temporary and interim parks, private-owned public spaces known as POPs. With the approval of the 2022 Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan, known as the PROS Plan, we simplified the parks classification system, which result in the consolidation of several types of urban parks into a single category to make it more flexible and simple to understand. All proposed parks and public spaces within the Silver Spring Plan fall within the consolidated urban park type. The former urban park classification types will be addressed as urban parks subcategories in this documentation. And to finalize, the Parks and Open Space guidelines will be using ideas and concepts from the Energized Public Space Design Guidelines document. As a companion document, these guidelines are part of the Energized Public Space Functional Master Plan, and they were created to guide design of parks and public spaces in the county, especially in urban areas. This document was prepared in collaboration with an advisory board, including developers, designers, commission staff, and community members. This chapter will provide more specific design guidelines by applying these concepts to the context of Silver Spring's network of parks and open spaces.
Thank you, Christina. So now we're going to move on to talk about the district section of the design guidelines. So these guidelines will include a section that focuses on specific areas of the plan where we feel additional guidelines are needed that are site-specific. The opportunity sites that we are focusing on in this section are generally those where the site is large enough that is likely to include more than one building when it's redeveloped, or a building and an open space as recommended in the sector plan. So just to give some examples, which we've talked about at length here with regard to Silver Spring, for example, the block in Fenton Village with parking garage 4 in the center is likely, if that redevelops even just the county property itself, it would include more than one building plus an open space. So those are the types of sites we are looking at in this section. Sites that are just sort of typical infill sites can use all the guidelines in the overall plan-wide section that we just went through, and that will be enough, should be enough to get us where we need to be. So in this section, things that we might address would include key connections to be made to, from, through the site. Those could be pedestrian, vehicular, could be open space connections to others in the district. It could be special connections to nearby destinations. We may suggest if there's a natural front or back of the site based on the context of the site, again, where it is, its adjacencies, things like that, which then would inform where perhaps pedestrian entrances might be to buildings versus service entrances. Or there may be other key site considerations that are all informed by the district level recommendations in the sector plan. Something else that we're doing, this is really exciting in these design guideline process. So to illustrate some of these potential future visions for these larger opportunity sites where there's just many, many options that could happen, excuse me, we're working with a consultant who is producing fully rendered images that will highlight the incredible potential of some of these sites. These images will be 100% inspirational. We are hoping to capture the vibe of a few different districts in the plan so we can get the community, both the general community and the development community, excited about the future of downtown Silver Spring. Now, I know that some of you saw some exciting images about the transit center based on the charrette. That's actually an entirely separate effort from what I'm describing. We're doing a separate set of images that are more closely inspired by the sector plan recommendations, but we are planning to include both sets of images in the final design guidelines document, and when we come back to you with a more developed design guidelines presentation, we'll be happy to share all that material with you at that time, since it's just in progress right now. So to talk a bit and just to remind everybody sort of how design guidelines work and what the outcomes are, I'm just going to highlight two of many possible examples for recent and current development projects in Bethesda. So the one on the left, 4901 Battery Lane, is an example of a building that follows the design guidelines for each building element in the Bethesda Design Guidelines document. And the result is a building that fits really nicely into the context. The base responds to the pedestrian scale. The upper massing is articulated in various ways. On the right is a building that does respond to some of the design guidelines, Hampton East, but it also pushes back against others. But the overall design concept was so strong that both the DAP and the regulatory team were happy to go in this direction. And so that is the same kind of outcomes we were hoping to see with Silver Spring. The design guidelines will establish a baseline for a built form that will contribute to a successful urban area, but they will absolutely not preclude architecturally interesting and innovative solutions, and we hope actually that they will encourage it, much as we have seen with Bethesda in the past few years since we've been using the design guidelines. So over the next few months, we're going to continue to work on this. We have a working group internally that's meeting every few weeks to look at various issues. We've got internal coordination going on in terms of integrating the Complete Streets Design Guide. I've actually been getting feedback from members of our Down County regulatory team so I can hear about lessons learned from the design review process and how they are using other design guidelines that are currently in practice, including Bethesda and a few others. And we are continuing our ongoing coordination with MCDOT regarding anything in the right-of-way. We hope to have a complete draft of the guidelines sooner than later, and we will return to the board when we've got a full briefing where we can go through the content. We're trying to move as fast as we can so the guidelines will not follow the final sector plan by too many weeks. And we do expect to be posting that final sector plan document pretty soon. And so that is the end of my overview, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Any questions or comments for Atara?
I have just a comment. I would like, in addition to having who it applies to, that you talked about that. I would like to see in some of these in all the design guidelines a specific reference to mandatory referral. That it's not going to be considered just as part of development review, but that. So the expectation for the public agencies in any kind of their development, even though it's advisory, they have that in advance, and we can support our comments that way. And then when staff brings to us, they're also looking at it for the mandatory referral projects.
That's a great comment. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
I had an unrelated, well, it's related, but just for my own understanding, and might be a question for Director Wright, since I'm always curious about how all these different pieces fit. So we have these guidelines that are a guiding document, and we have the master plan recommendations. We get development applications that, will propose development on a site, and these will kind of inform what direction we'll go in. And as you showed in the examples, there are times where you'll conform to them completely. There'll be times where you have to adjust, but they're kind of a guiding document. But for the other things, you mentioned, for instance, the green loop, or also some of the street designs for George Avenue. I know we've talked about that before. How does it work with regards to, and my mind these days is always going to implementation, because that's one of the things that I think we need to be constantly thinking about. How does that translate into like a CIP project, for instance? Now, I know with the Green Loop, maybe, obviously there's money going into the fund that's going to, help fund some of these projects, but are there also going to be opportunities for us to identify projects that can have a separate funding source as we go through this process, as we break down the different pieces of Silver Spring? Because one thing I've noticed is, and this is just in general, especially in urban districts, you have sections that need more help. You need sections that if given additional financial investment, that the market will react in a certain way. So just getting a sense from you, if you could speak to that a little bit.
Sure. For the record, Gwen Wright, Planning Director. Projects in the public realm typically happen in one of two ways. Either they are done by private development as part of their overall vision for redevelopment of a site and/or because of specific conditions that this entity places on a regulatory application asking them to make improvements to the public realm. Alternatively, the county, the second way they get done is develops capital improvement program items to undertake major projects, whether it be, the plaza that we're all looking at here in Wheaton, or various streetscape improvements. And the planning board does have a role in discussing those capital improvement program items. You may remember every year, Steve Aldrich comes to you with a list of the county's projects that are being considered in the CIP and asks you to develop recommendations about how some of those should be prioritized. One of the things that we do as part of that analysis is we identify perhaps things that are master plan recommendations that should be captured in the CIP. This is everything from bikeway projects to streetscape improvements to transit improvements to road intersection improvements. I mean, we comment on all of them, and the board sends a letter telling the county government what they think they should prioritize. And, we've had in the last few years a very, very, I think, collaborative relationship with the County Department of Transportation, and they are moving forward on many projects that have been identified in master plans. There's always a level of prioritization that has to happen. Some projects end up being higher priority than others. But I think we've had a really good relationship with Montgomery County Department of Transportation. They have refocused a lot of their priorities on bike and ped improvements, on things that maybe traditionally they did a lot of road intersection improvements. Now they're really looking at other kinds of improvements in the public realm that focus a little bit more on bike and pedestrian and transit focus. So, I think that in terms of these design guidelines, these will be used, I think, as was mentioned, not only in our work on reviewing regulatory applications from private developers, but they will be used in any reviews we make of mandatory referrals. And it's, I think, a good point that Commissioner Rubin makes, which is that we should say that explicitly. It's sort of implicit, but we should say it explicitly, and we absolutely agree with that. How to move these good ideas forward, particularly some of the public-private partnerships that are some of our opportunity sites, some of the changes to the public realm that the master plan calls for. I think that is going to involve a need for strong collaboration with the other entities in county government and the Montgomery County Economic Development Corporation, who are working to try to get certain projects move forward. And some of that, again, gets well beyond the realm of design. It gets into the whole topic, which, again, I know this board has been interested in, of, economic incentives to encourage development of key sites. It gets into, general county support for major initiatives. This, again, I use this building and the plaza as an example. This was a concept that was in the Wheaton master plan. It was sort of an idea of having a major building in this location. But this building would not have happened if it wasn't for, you know, a collaborative effort between all entities of government, including the county council and the executive branch, you know, again, through Department of Transportation, who managed the project, the parking lot district, which was a key player in making this happen. So, you know, every project has its own unique journey that it goes through to get to implementation. But it is absolutely key that we figure out a way to, you know, sort of work in unison as a government, both the executive branch, the council branch, the planning board, all of the agencies, to try to implement some of these concepts. And the design guidelines will be a great roadmap of how to actually have these projects built out. But to get the projects off the ground, that's, you know, that's not something the design guidelines is going to be able to make happen. There are other steps we're going to need.
Thank you for that. I think sometimes the public needs just a refresher on how all these things are connected, because I think sometimes they don't understand what this document, what role it plays in the larger scheme of things. So that was very helpful. Thank you so much.
I want to come back. We can talk about what Gwen always likes to call the fine grain parts of, well, everything, but in this case, how we can get measurably improved performance in terms of the ability of both public and private spaces to encourage people to interact, the social connection, and also not just get up and walk around, but be generally physically active. Those are ideas that are in Thrive, and I think the Makeover Montgomery conference last weekend was interesting because I gave a little talk before the presentations of the three contestants in our design. It wasn't exactly a competition, but we solicited some really excellent architecture firms to work on some ideas about how we could really do something special in downtown Silver Spring. And I thought that their presentations were, at least on the surface level, responsive to those ideas of trying to create spaces that draw people in and encourage people to be more active. But honestly, I felt they didn't quite have the level of integration of those ideas, and I found myself not entirely persuaded that the public spaces that they created, the way that they were proposing to configure both public and private space, the integration of the public and private realm, was really calibrated to achieving those objectives. And I don't fault them for that, but I think that in architecture and land planning, those ideas are sort of considered at a, in general terms, but not always with a lot of the attention that, like, William White gave to how public spaces actually function or don't function to get people to use them. And so I hope that we can think about that in these design guidelines, as we hopefully will be thinking about it in all the future master plans. But how do you get the details right to make these spaces perform along those dimensions? It's easy. You can measure things like stormwater performance or traffic or school capacity or building heights. It's hard. Some of this is an art, but yet there is also an element of science to it, of making buildings and spaces work together to achieve the effect on human behavior that you're looking for. So I hope we can do that when you come back.
So I'll just say one thing that we just talked about in a recent internal meeting, which Christina touched on, but we didn't really get into it, but just to sort of respond to your comment with this. We are seriously thinking about what we say about POPs in this document. I think we have already, the sector plan established a network of open spaces. Some of those will be designed by parks, and we know they think about all those things quite seriously when they design, a great new public park like the South Silver Spring one, which is going to be the first thing probably that happens, right? But then we have all these other spaces that are pretty sizable open spaces, but if they come to fruition, they're going to be privately developed, privately owned. And so we had a great conversation last week or 2 weeks ago about how to take some of the same principles, thinking about social interaction and being active, same things that the parks designers think about when they do public parks, and how do we write those into here in a way that is clear and not super prescriptive, but very clear about that the spaces you have to be able to do these things. And we talked about needing to force applicants to answer the question, what are like 10 things people can do in this public space? And having to be able, and pushing that really hard so that we don't just get green spaces with fancy chairs that no one sits in, but that we get spaces that people actually feel are part of the public space network in downtown, and they can actually use them in some of the same ways that they use the public system. So that's a definite goal of this document, and when we come back to you guys next time, we'll have our draft recommendations for the guidelines, and we can talk more about that.
Great.
And I just wanted to say in that regard, this board has an important role to play in the privately owned public spaces. And sometimes you are faced with very, very difficult choices. I'm going to use the example of the open space that was originally identified for the Discovery Building. When Discovery came in, there was a large green space that was supposed to be a major amenity of that development. And it was supposed to be a very actively used, privately owned public space. Over the years, it didn't get used. Number of years later, Discovery came and said, we want to put in a daycare center. And we want to fence off a portion of this open space to serve the children who will be in the daycare center in the base of our building. So you all had a very difficult choice to make because it was a major employer that provided lots and lots of economic benefit for the county. They were doing daycare in their building, which is something we appreciate and we like and we want to encourage. But then there was the balance of, should you allow them to essentially privatize a portion of that privately owned public space? And I think in that case, you did decide, yes, you were going to allow that. Now the building is owned by a completely different owner. That daycare center has been taken away. The fencing, as I understand it, is gone. So, but I think that little anecdote describes how we can have design guidelines, but you are faced with the issue of having to balance many, many different public interests. And I'm not going to suggest that anything that was made as a decision on the Discovery Building was the wrong decision or a bad decision. But I do want to just sort of emphasize the role of the planning board in trying to balance all different public interests. The design guidelines are there to help you, to give you a roadmap and to give you ideas, but ultimately you all have to make the decisions.
To add to that, sometimes we're prisoners of our own discipline. If you're in transportation, that's what you think about. And to me, that is the job of the planning board, is to bring those disciplines together. And again, financially is an issue, is to come up with solutions, how it can be done. So, I think we saw the presentation about the Silver Spring. That was the different architects. That was a lot, but how do we then move in that direction? And I think that's a role for the planning board. And putting a bit of conscience back on the implementing organizations, including the developers. But then if you want a solar roof or maybe if the developer can't afford it, maybe Pepco can come in and say, well, and get a permission from us or the permitting services to put I've raised the issue of power line power. You got these grass fields which sometimes are grazed or sometimes something's grown, but you got these power lines. If you can put solar panels there, put the power into the power lines, you'd have more power than you know what to do with. But I think that is the role of the planning board, to kind of temper the disciplines that come to us and say, hey, here's some options that would even make it better, but would meet other equity issues. And so I think good point, Glenn. Appreciate that.
Actually, that Commissioner Cici reminded me of something that I had seen posted, and it might be something to think about, is the incorporation in Norway. They incorporate the infrastructure for electric vehicles to charge electric vehicles. They're incorporated into the streets. So as people drive, their electric vehicles are being charged. So it's something to look at. It's innovative. It's difficult because it's probably expensive, but it clearly is something that we can think about in terms of moving these cross priorities together.
When my job was implement was plan, and I would invite people over to meet our monthly meetings, and then I was over here as well talking with some of the Winnick and others that were here, just coordinating. So again, I think the planning board has a key role, in my opinion, to bring everybody together as a forum.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. We'll look forward to seeing you again on these as they are refined. We're ready for item 8, our proposed amendment to the Administrative Procedures for Development Review with Neil Bronstein.
Good morning. I'm Neil Bronstein with the Intake and Regulatory Coordination Division. With me are also Christina Sorrento, the Chief of the IRC Division, and Allison Myers from the Council's Office. And in the audience are Stephen Smith and Kristen Toddy. And all of us work together as a team to prepare the draft that's before you now. This is a draft amendment to the Administrative Procedures for Development Review. The current procedures for development review went into effect in September of 2017, and since that time there have been changes in other laws and procedures that affect that document, such as the Planning Board Rules of Procedure, the Forest Conservation Law, the subdivision regulations, and the zoning ordinance. So many or most of the changes that are in the proposed draft react to the changes in those other laws. In addition, there were some changes just for clarification and cleanup purposes. Most of the changes in the document are minor, but there are some substantive changes. Just to give you some quick examples of the minor changes, there are clarifications to existing text to make the document more clear. There was some cleanup of grammar, consistent capitalization, which was a problem throughout the document beforehand, and also updates to citations within the document to other laws and regulations to make sure that any time we refer to some other regulation or ordinance that the citation is to the correct section. So as for the major changes, first is that signature business headquarter plans and biohealth priority campus plans were both added to the zoning ordinance as new plan types. The first in 2017 and the second in 2022. So the proposed amendment that's before you includes provisions for those types of plans.
Just clarify that. What did you call the plans?
One is the signature business headquarters plans. That was added to the zoning ordinance in 2017, and it's a specific type of plan for a business headquarter that has, I believe, at least 25,000 employees, and it has special processing provisions in the zoning ordinance, and we carried those forward into the administrative procedures.
This would have been something like the Marriott headquarters, keeping that, or not? Did that not apply to Marriott?
I don't believe it applied to Marriott. I think there was some possibility that it could have applied to Amazon had they relocated here.
Okay.
And then the second one is the biohealth priority campus plans. That was added this year to the zoning ordinance. That applies to facilities that deal with biohealth or biotech industry, and if they meet certain requirements, if they meet the threshold criteria, then they can get special processing provisions per the zoning ordinance. And the administrative procedures were updated to reflect that. The second thing is forest conservation plans. We added noticing provisions in the procedures for forest conservation plans, and that's to reflect an amendment in the forest conservation law that now requires noticing for certain instances of FCPs. Next relates to hearing notices. The current administrative procedures provide for hearing notices by mail or by email, and the proposed amendment clarifies that the official notice is sent by mail, but additional notice may be sent by email.
Can I ask, that kind of struck me, why is it that we are getting away from moving more into kind of snail mail and further away from, digital contact, as long as you can get confirmation of both sending and receiving. So I was just wondering about that because, there are many people that prefer to get notices by email.
Yes, so we're still providing for notice by email, but we want to clarify that the official notice is by U.S. mail because for purposes of record keeping and who's a party of record and who's a party to the hearing, we thought that U.S. mail was a more trackable way of showing that.
Yeah, but I'm not sure about reliability.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't send a, registered letter or certified, then it's not really trackable in the sense that you can't prove it was actually received, right? I mean, if the question is how can we make sure somebody got it, I think you're going to have some of the same and I think in my experience, often you'll get people say, "Oh, I never received notice." You're going to have that whether you send it a postcard in the mail or whether you send them an email. It's, sometimes people overlook it, and they're not. They are not saying that in bad faith. They just really didn't notice. Looked like a piece of junk mail, or it looked like spam.
So the way that we actually handle the mailing of notices in IRC, we send a notice to ourselves too, so we could see that something actually went through, and we do receive back anything that has like a bad address or something that wasn't delivered. Can I know for sure? I mean, we don't send them out by certified mail, no, but it's a good indicator of who has received notice.
But also, isn't it don't mean to push back, but isn't it also financial? I mean, it's a lot more costly to send snail mail than it is to send email.
I think some of this depends on how much staff time it takes to track down emails. And the problem is that not everybody has email. So then that leaves us back to having to do both and having to keep track of which people get email, which people get snail mail. And that can easily fall through. And if you're off by one digit, an email can go through, but we'll never know if it went to the right or wrong person. It may or may not come back. So for legal purposes of notice, it's sufficient if we mail it and it goes. And it's becoming more complicated for staff to try to keep track of who gets what kind of mail. And so that's why we wanted to be clear that the mailing will still happen. Not to say people might not get emails as well, and staff often emails things to people, but it can't be our official way because it's too much work, honestly, to try to keep track. Until really email, because as I said, everybody doesn't have email, everybody's got an address, and we still want to be able to have that address or a P.O. box or somewhere where we can send something to someone who may not have a computer. And so I think
I'm not even sure it's true that everybody has an address that we send to. Like, do we send to every apartment in an apartment building? I don't think we do.
No, you don't have to send to, it depends on the type of notice that you're sending and whether it goes to just the management company or whether if it's a condo, then it may go to the condo or it may go to the individuals. I mean, the specific rules of mailing are in the code, and so they provide for that.
Well, I don't, maybe this is not the place to hash this out. I just am not, I think Carol raised a good point. Like, a lot of people don't want to get postal mail. They're not necessarily more likely to see it. And in fact, it seems like we ought to be, it's 2022. Not every single person on the planet has email, but I think it's well into the 95+%. I looked it up once, actually. Internet access, like this idea that there's this huge digital divide that a lot of people lower income don't have access is actually really not a thing. It's more, there's the biggest gap is with older people, like, and as time goes on, you get basically more and more people who grew up with, or at least their entire adult lives have been lived with, email being kind of the standard means of communication. But maybe we could revisit this because it just seems like how big, it's a lot of money, and it seems like, I know I don't really pay attention to my postal mail very carefully. It's just.
We have one of the largest older populations in the entire region. We have people who contact us regularly and say, I don't want to get anything by email. I want all of this in writing. And, so I think the trouble is you sort of have to pick, I think what staff is saying is you have to pick one for the official notice. And so that's why they picked mail for the official notice. It's not to say that they also might not send out emails to people who they have email addresses for. But I think just from a day-to-day, because I see some of these emails myself of older people who really are objecting to getting things via email and want paper copies. And I realize that maybe 10 years from now, that will be different because everyone will have fully systemized, digital communication, but we are still getting a lot of folks who want paper.
Okay, well, maybe we can come back to this at some point. It's, it's kind of like this legacy requirement. You have to put things in a newspaper of record, and so you have all these advertisers that are, not actually even really newspapers. They just carry legal notices. Keeps the Washington Times going. Yeah, that's a great. Okay, moving right along.
Okay, the next change relates to the consent agenda. The planning board rules of procedures were amended this year, and the consent agenda was removed from the board's regular calendar. So because of that, the proposed amendment removes references to the consent agenda, and in their place, the current procedures are referenced instead. The amendment clarifies that sketch plans may be amended by filing an amendment application for the sketch plan or by a subsequent site plan approval, which can also amend a previous sketch plan, and that's consistent with the zoning ordinance. The amendment clarifies the witness sign-up and exhibit submission requirements to be consistent with the changes that were recently made to the planning board rules of procedure. There was a recent subdivision regulations amendment that was approved last year that among its many provisions, it has a statement about the planning director ceding authority for applications that deal with flag lots or lots without frontage, or that includes a reservation of public land, that the planning director cedes authority on any application that otherwise might have gone to the planning director, that those instead go to the planning board. And those instances were also put into the administrative procedures for consistency with the subdivision regulations. And then lastly, the current administrative procedures includes provisions that allow the planning department to withdraw applications that are inactive. And the current procedures state that an application can be withdrawn after 1 year of inactivity. It's up to the discretion of the planning director, who can send out a letter to the applicant stating that the application will be withdrawn unless they resubmit within 30 days of the date of the letter. We're proposing that for applications that are still in intake, meaning that they haven't been accepted yet, and typically the applicants haven't paid any fee at this point, that in that case, that applications that are inactive for 180 days could be withdrawn instead of waiting the full year.
You said that was with again, we were debating whether you get a phone call or an email message. Would you still send a message that?
Oh, certainly. Yes, the applicant would be, again, told that their application is inactive, that they have 30 days.
Okay, and that method is a letter or email? Or?
That method typically is by email, because these are applicants that we're usually corresponding with by email.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw that in the actual draft of the regs.
Yeah.
I was looking for that, and there is
right.
required notice before the withdrawal takes place.
Right. So those are all the major changes that are in the draft that's in front of you. So with that, we're available for questions, and the staff recommendation is that the planning board recommend to the county council approval of the amendment.
What's the method of approval of this with the county council?
Method 2, I believe.
Which means, clarify for that for me, it means that if they don't act within a certain period, or do they have to actually officially act?
I believe it's the one where they have to officially act. I'd have to double check though. Maybe Emily knows. Method 2.
So the effective date will be a certain period of time after the action of the council? Is that it?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
The other question was, is the permitting services or someone else, the schools or the, MCDOT, if we approve something, they kind of change it slightly, is there a provision for that to be reconfirmed or not? If they make a change approve a permit, Department of Permitting search, change something, maybe not major, but something that would be in conflict or inconsistent?
Yeah, I think what Commissioner Sushi is getting to, I see the furrowed brow, is that we, in our standard conditions for other agencies, it allows them to make a change to those conditions.
Yeah.
So long as it doesn't conflict with another condition. So I think that's what he's getting
Yeah,
to.
but do you want to know about that change or not?
Well, that
Does
would-
it set precedent? If they make it and then they do it the next time, or are you all comfortable with all that?
Right, that would continue as it is. This document doesn't relate to that process
Okay,
in any
all
way,
right.
but it is in the conditions of approval typically for site plans and preliminary plans to address that.
Okay.
So
all
it
right.
is a little different when it's a government entity because they're typically doing a mandatory referral, not a site plan. And so when we have a site plan with a private development, they have to build exactly what they have in their certified site plan. After you all act on a project, they come back to staff with detailed construction drawings, which are called the certified site plan. And they are supposed to build exactly what's in the certified site plan. And we check building permits to make sure the building permits match the certified site plan. Sometimes, again, this is all in private development. Sometimes they have to make tiny little changes, move where the dumpster is going to be located or whatever. We do have a process to approve those changes administratively. So I look at them, staff reviews them, writes up a brief staff report, I review them, I sign off on an administrative change to a certified site plan. However, the whole thing is a little different with a government entity. And when we're doing a mandatory referral, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, like with a school, we will review it at the time of building permit, but we don't have a certified site plan per se.
Yes, that's correct.
I don't think that's what we were getting to. I think the issue was in the standard condition, it allows where you deal with other agencies' comments. It allows that agency to make certain changes to the conditions. And I think that's what we were talking about specifically, not a change, I think that's what the commissioner was talking to, and how that is addressed as part of these regulations, and even if it does have to be addressed that way, it could be addressed a
it
different
goes,
way.
also, now you mentioned schools, we talk about children being able to walk in the front door of school versus the buses occupying. So we make comments like that. I know they maybe go their own way on some of the school layouts. But again, just that if, from time to time, the permitting services or others might make a slight change, and are we aware of that, and are you comfortable with it? And that was just my question.
Yeah, I think that's the process for a private project where
Okay, all right.
the certified site plan is certified by all the
Yeah,
agencies. It's
okay.
not just by us.
Yeah, okay.
All of the agencies look at it, they all agreed this is what's going to be built.
Yeah, I'll defer to the legal experts.
And then we look at it again at permit.
Okay, good, thank you.
Could we get a motion to approve these proposed changes to be transmitted to the county council?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? That is approved unanimously. Thank you. And we'll probably be back a few minutes early from lunch because we have a little time. Okay, we are back for the afternoon session and ready to hear about trends in racial and ethnic diversity with Karen McCarthy and friends.
Thank you. I'm pleased to introduce Archie Chen, who's been with us for a little over a year as a research associate through our partnership with the National Center for Smart Growth. And she will walk you through the story map she's created that shows trends in racial and ethnic change since 1990.
So, Planning Board Commissioners, thank you. For the record, my name is Archie Chen, as Carrie mentioned, the Research Associate at the Research Strategic Project Division through partnership with the NCSG. So today I'm going to introduce you a story map tool we recently finished and ready to launch. So it's about changes in racial and diversity from 1990 to 2020. So as you may all know, our county is known for its diversity and would thrive to release an upcoming community program to implement. So we think it's crucial to have this readily available to so that the planner can have it as a resource and contextualize their decisions. And I will walk you through this tool today. So it has 3 sections. The first section, you can look into the changes in those individual racial and Hispanic groups. And we use Census Bureau's classification, and we focus on 4 major groups, which will be non-Hispanic, white, Asian, and Pacific Islander, then Hispanic and non-Hispanic Black. So for the other race, we know we acknowledge it's increasing, but we also have this neighborhood level analysis. That's why we wouldn't discuss in this analysis, but maybe for future research, because in some tracks, maybe back in the days, they are not that large in sizes. And then the second section, we are going to review the neighborhood level, shifting those dynamics in terms of which group has the highest number in size, and we classify them in terms of predominant and majority. And for those tracks that don't have a majority, so I'll explain those terms later in terms of difference between predominant and majority. Just wanted to know. So for those tracks without majority, we call it no-majority tracks, and then that's what we use this analysis to say they achieve certain level of racial mix or diversity. So that's how we do this. And so let's step in. So yeah, we have this countywide summary analysis. I'll just walk you through a little bit. So our county, right now in 2020, the latest census data showing we already reached 59%. But so how did that come from? So that have 2 sources. The first, if you see the bar chart and the right-hand side, our white population has been shrinking in both sizes, in numbers and percentages, from over 17%, which make them predominant, and then drop to under 50% in 2010. So that's why white population are now majority single group for our county. That makes people of color the majority group for the county. And then white population keep dropping to 40%, in 2020, and now. So on the other hand, the people of color are all the non-white groups. They have had this upward increasing trend compared to the increasing rate of decline for white population. And among those people of color, as you can see the bar chart, let's say Hispanic first, because it's quite remarkable. They are the fastest growing racial group for our county. Back in 1990, they were only having this about 7.4%, and now they are getting to 21% in 2020, and they are the second largest racial group for our county. And then for our Asian population, so from over the past 30 years, Asian have had consistently gaining about 34,000 population on average, and now they are getting to about 15% in 2020. For our Black population, they increased from 12% to 18%, but I would say they increase in the kind of slower rate compared to Asian and Hispanics. And Hispanic, of course, they have had the greatest gain from over the past 30 years. And then now let's get into the maps. So yeah, we have this window to let you know what's going on, and also to let you know we have some interaction functionalities that you can click on track and to see those data for each tract. So yeah, so first we have Asian. So for Asian population in actually, as you may know, the most growth for them happened back in 70s and 80s, and then getting to 1990, they have this 8% of total population in the county, which make them the third largest racial ethnic group in our county. And then so that's what happened for the countywide level geography. Let's see what happened to for neighborhood level, how they started. So when I zoom in, you can see they started from mid-county center area, and those darker purple, which focus on kind of Twinbrook area, the suburb of the Rockwell, and also another one in the North Potomac. And if we click on that, so as I introduced before, you can see all this data, not just only Asian. So we highlighted with its color purple, but also have other stats. So we can compare Asian with other groups in this decade. And then let's continue. So getting to 2000, Asian consistently gain and gain by 60%, and then now they made them 11%. But so something happened in this is that if you see the the chart on the left-hand side, actually Asian were not the third largest group for our county in 2000 because they were outpaced by this fast-growing Hispanic population. And then if we just take a look, so they consistently, for Asian spatially, they consistently strengthen their concentration more still in Rockwell and then North Potomac areas, and then also they are breaking too from the center, spreading out, expanding through the Interstate 270, going to Clarksburg, and some pop up in the Wheaton areas. And then let's go to 2010. So for 2010, the increase for Asian still continue, but just kind of slow down. So in 2010, Asian population for a whole county will be about 14%. And then for them, they continually spreading out this concentration from mid-county areas and then going, now we have new concentration here pop up in Germantown. And then they also more concentrated in this Clarksburg, and also some pop up in the along the 29 the Fairland area, and also some places around the Wheaton areas. And then now the situation for Asian in 2020. So in 2020, after all those decades increase, they are at 15% for the total population in our county. And then let's stop a minute look at how the spatial spreading out. So as I summarized earlier, they started from the center, mid-county area, and then going to west into the North Potomac, and also up to north, Germantown areas and Clarksburg areas. And also a little pieces here, suburb of Rockwell, or you could say I guess that would be Twinbrook areas too. So this is a situation for Asian, and then following down have the same layout for three other major groups, which will be our Black population coming up.
Can you stop?
Yeah.
Go back to the Asian. I'm curious once again, just looking at my own experience. So along 29, it appears that there was more of an Asian migration from East County to Up County to the western parts. Is that a fair conclusion to draw?
Well, so yes, you will see there's a migration or increasing concentration in those areas up to north. But the thing is, so later, as I mentioned, a second section will be comprehensive measure to compare Asian with other groups, so you could see how they situated. So yeah, they're increasing, but is they large enough compared to the three other groups? So maybe they're not majority there, but yes, they're increasing, you could say.
Interesting. Okay.
So going to Black in 1990. So at this point, Black still are second largest group in the county, and they are about 12%. And then if we zoom in a little bit, see the spatial concentration. So their way of increasing are a little bit different from Asians. They start out at this eastern and like southeastern area, mostly concentrated in Fairland, and then along 29 to White Oak. And then if we zoom in a little more, so like also some like in Tacoma Park and Silver Spring. And then the continued increase in 2000 for Black population, they are at about 15%. And then if we see spatial concentration, again, it seems like they are also breaking into like those central, like mid-county areas. Like for example, this new concentration for Black will be in Glenmont or Wheaton, or also maybe a little bit like close to Aspen Hill, so like this tract. So that's like how they're kind of spreading out or migrating from the south and east towards the center. And then in 2010, our Black population increased to about like 16%. But something happened, as I mentioned, their growth rate is kind of like slower compared to Hispanics and Asian. So now in 2010, they were outpaced by Hispanic and came to like the third largest. And then if I zoom in again, if we see the concentration, so they keep expanding, and then, but mostly it's like in this Down County and then like east part of the mid-county areas, and also the Fairland area close to the border of Prince George's County. So what we have now for Black population in 2020 is that now they're about 18% population, and then besides those concentration I mentioned earlier about like Down County area, Mid-County area, and also like east part of Up County area, they also break into the Germantown and also a little bit into Clarksburg, like what Asian did before. So even though so the map series later will show you, so maybe those areas could be, say, like a certain level of racial mix, but this situation for Black in terms of the transition, the shifting. And then let's get to Hispanic. So Hispanic population in 1990, they were actually quite small compared to right now, like the huge percentage of the population in 2020. So at that point, they were about like 7%, and they were the first largest group. And for the concentration, if we just zoom in a little bit, so they start out like the south part and also like Long Branch area, and then South Spring, and also some kind of breaking into the Glenmont and Wheaton areas. And then if we go to 2000 for Hispanics, so they've been increasing, like almost double from 1990 to 2000, and now they're at like 11.5%. And then in terms of spatial concentration, so again, like they're concentrating more in like Long Branch and then Wheaton, Glenmont areas, and also into the Shady Grove and the Gettysburg areas. So for 2010, Hispanic like continue increasing, and now they are the second largest racial group, following whites for our county. And then now they're at about 17% of total population. In terms of concentration, again, so they strengthen this grouping in like Long Branch and areas, and also Wheaton areas, and also the Gettysburg area. So those like along the 270 and also this intersection of 29 and 495, also along 97 will be where we are having mostly like for Hispanic population. And then, so getting to the current state will be in 2020 for our Hispanic population, their increase also slow down a little bit, just like all other like groups, like all other people of color groups. And so at this point, they are at about like 21%. And then you can see they continue expanding. So if you remember, like Hispanic map back in 1990, they start from this south or southeastern part, and then along those corridors and getting to Wheaton, Rockwell, and then Gettysburg and Germantown. And now let's get into our white population. So for white population, the situation or the direction in terms of change will be kind of different for them. So at the very beginning in 1990, they were at this 70% because it's over 70. So for the county level, they are the predominant group. And then if I zoom in, so now you could say like they are So I wouldn't say there's a concentration because they are the majority and the predominant group for our county. So, but the thing is, I guess we can look at like how those blues getting lighter. So that's the flip side of the increasing for people of color. So makes the share for white population like smaller, and then so also increase this diversity. And then so for 2000, white population kept dropping, and then they dropped at about like 60%. And then most dropping in terms of percentages, you could see it's the flip side for those people of colors increasing, like mostly in Dunn County area, but mostly for like Silver Spring, Tacoma Park, and also the eastern part of the county, like White Oak, Fairland, also mid-county areas, especially like along those corridors and routes and highways. And then for 2010, white population dropped to like under 50%. So as I mentioned earlier, that made them not the majority single group for our county. And then at this point, it's kind of beginning of the racial plurality. And now let's get to the current state for white population. So now they keep dropping and dropping at 40%. So I have been talking about those like losses in terms of percentages for all the tracks, but actually I just want to point out there are some tracks actually gaining white population despite its decreasing trend. So for example, one of them will be this, like I think it's at University Boulevard, right now the drag plant area. So this tract, actually they are gaining population from, white population from 2010 to 2020, and also there are other tracts, but just a few. For most tracts, like over 70% of those total tracts for our county, the percentage of white population has been like dropping also like in a little bit in sizes. So let's get to our second section. So for the second section, it's like more like comprehensive measure of diversity. And then I want to walk you through like how we classify that. So there are like two thresholds. So the first will be the 70%. So if any single group, like white, black, Asian, or Hispanic, passing 70%, they gain this predominant status in each tract. And then like if they are passing 50% but under 69%, then they gain this majority status. If they don't have any predominant and majority, so then we will claim that tract turn into like yellow no majority tracks. So no single group is more than 50%. And then if we see like how the trends in this bar chart showing you, so at first for our like those yellow diverse tracks, they're only like 9% out of like 161. And then they keep like increasing. And then now in 2020, they are like over 50%, like 51%. That means we can conclude like over half of the county like having those diverse no majority tracks. And so the map series later is going to show you like, okay, so which group like will be most common group for those yellow tracks, and also like what kind of groups are getting those majority status and predominant statuses. So first, just want to like let you know. So those maps, like the research division include them in the 2019 trends report. And so at that point, you know, the 2020 census has not been released. So now with this story map, we update all those maps with the latest data. So that's why we have the new 2020 map. And then, so let me get into it. So in 1990, first I want to like guide you through the legends, so you'll know like what that means. So those dark blue will be like white predominant, and then light blue will be white majority, and yellow, of course, there'll be no majority diverse tracks. And then as you can see in the map, like almost all tracks, like 90% of the county are either having white population as predominant or majority, but we still have some like mixing diverse yellow tracks like starting to pop up, even though they are kind of like small, only like 15 of them. So if I zoom in, then you could see those racial diversities started to show mostly in like Down County areas, and then a little bit like the eastern part in White Oak, and also one pop up in this Wheaton areas. And also, again, we have this pop-up. So if you are curious, okay, given the region I know, like which group is predominant majority, but want to know the most common group in those yellow tracks, you can just click on. So for this one, we also have highlights here, like in beige, so you can know, okay, it's non-Hispanic Y being the most common group in those no majority tracks. And then let's get into 2000. So for 2000, at this point, like our total population has been increasing, but also our people of color population also increasing, and increasing at a rate like much faster than the total population. So that's why in 2000, like rapidly we have more no majority tracks. Now we have like 54 of them, and so that's that's very remarkable. And in terms of like concentration, you can see they again like spreading or expanding from this southeastern, and then along 29 to Fairland, and then along 94 to Wheaton, and also along like 270 to Rockwell and Gettysburg and Germantown. Another thing I want to say is we have the first like non-white majority tract, which will be the black tract here. I think it's now in the Fairland and Briggs Cheney plan area. So this is the first tract with like people of color group, which will be black, getting this majority status in any of the tracts in the county. And they're at, if you see, so we still have the stats, so you could check, they are like over 50, it's like 57%. And then if we get into 2010, so the increase in terms of no majority tract are like kept expanding, and they continued this their spatial migration in the 2000, and now in 2010 they are more into the Germantown and Clarksburg. So those yellow tracks are telling you that they are more diverse and showing some level of racial mixing, and also, but on the flip side, of course, that will be white population losing their predominant or majority status. And another thing I want to shout out is that, so in 2010, we have a first black predominant tract. Again, it's in this Fairland and Briggs Cheney area. And also we have like more Hispanic group as majority tracks. And then let's get into 2020, like what we are having now. So in 2020, over half of the county are being like no majority, so that would be like diverse for them. And also, so this pattern, I would say it's correlated with how the migration or expansion for those people of color communities in terms of like Hispanic, Black, and Asian. And also we have like first Asian majority tract, which is in North Potomac. So now I finished like discussion of those like the overall status, but you may be interested, or like the public or our planners may be interested in like what's happening in those like diverse tracks, those yellow tracks. So the next map series are gonna tell you the most common group in those yellow tracks. So first, it's just we like highlight those yellow, and then we have this vertical slide bar, so we can play around with it to see, okay, now in 1990 we have 15 non-majority tracks, but if you swipe, and then you will know, okay, so that would be 5 tracks having Black being the most common group, and then 1 Hispanic track, and 9 white tracks being the most common group in those diverse non-majority places. And then in 2000, the number of non-majority tracks increased to 54, and then again you can swipe and see like what's happening in those places. So let's start from like Asian. So actually there are 1 Asian tracks like being the most common group, so that will be in like the suburb of Rockwell, mostly like in Twinbrook. And then for Black, in terms of this concentration, they like started from like Silver Spring, Tacoma Park, and then along 29, and also like 2 of them are in this Claremont and Aspen Hill areas. And for Hispanic, I was like kind of dispersed in terms of concentration because some like in Long Branch and then some in Wheaton, and also like it seemed like in those diverse Pittsburgh area, Hispanic are leading as the most common group. And then getting to 2010, now the number of no-majority tracks increased to 96. And then like if we're breaking down, so most of them are having white as majority, but second that would be Hispanic in terms of like 20 tracks. And then most of those most common group concentration for Hispanics are happening in the like Claremont, Wheaton areas, and also like Gettysburg, Shady Grove, and then also the Germantown, and then accompanied by like Black as most common groups, and also I think for Germantown areas it's kind of diverse, like another level diverse in those yellow track because you have like Hispanic as most common group, Black as most common group, also like one Asian track as most common group. And then the situation for now, like in 2020, we are having like 119 no-majority tracks, which is like over half of the county. And then if you want to see the breakdown, so that will be like for Asian, that will be like 13 tracks, and then they mostly in like Rockwell and North Potomac and Germantown, and also kind of expanding towards like Clarksburg areas. And for Black, they are the most common group, especially in the Phelan areas and also the White Oak areas. And then for Hispanic, it seems like they are the leading group in the Gettysburg and Shady Grove area, also in Rockwell, and then some in the south part of Wheaton, like downtown Wheaton. And then for white, most common tracks, they are mostly at the edges of the county. So that would be like north up from like Clarksburg, and then some in the Potomac, and mostly also leading to the like Olney areas. So that will conclude my presentation for today, and thank you for listening, commissioners. I'm happy to take any questions you have.
Any questions?
Yeah.
I'm sure there are.
Yeah, I have one. It's actually more of a comment, but this is a very interesting presentation. I was at one of the, I guess my question is this going to ever be done in a more fine-grained fashion? Because, I mean, I know that you are focused on the census categories. But the question, of course, is, well, then how do we use this? And that's what interests me more, is what are we going to do with this information? And so I attended, as I said, one of the sessions at the MM5 conference where it was about immigration, and a lot of it was about community outreach. And I think this is very helpful in our community outreach efforts and understanding how to do that. And the reason I ask about the finer grain is that, you know, within, let's say, the Asian community, it was made clear during that session that different groups within the same ethnic category that is defined by the census, they operate differently and they get their information differently. So for the example that one of the examples that was given during that session was the Korean community versus the Chinese community. And the Korean community gets a lot of their information and tends to socialize more within their church groups, and they're faith-based. They're much a very faith-based kind of group. Generalization, obviously, but that is where they get. The Chinese, the difference is that they don't have the same level of religion, and they tend to get a lot of their information and socialization through educational opportunities where, you know, they have Chinese learning schools and things of that nature. So my question is, in taking this information, which is at a macro level, are we going to fine tune it to break up the different, ethnic classifications into more specific groups so that we can actually use it as a tool to help us either in our community outreach, for one example, and I'm sure there are other ways that we could use this as a tool in our planning exercises. So I just wanted to know if I don't know if you know this, it's more of a work program issue, but perhaps Ms. McCarthy could address that.
Yeah, you raise a great point. Yeah, that within 4 groups is a pretty broad bucket, and there's a lot of variation within each group. In terms of the 2020 data and going forward, when we do master plans, we tend to look at more block group data because there's more detailed block by block variation in these groups, and there's more detail available on the different racial and ethnic categories. Going backwards in history gets more challenging just because it's difficult. We spend a lot of time talking about changes in census tract boundaries between 2000, and I think even the block groups are even crazier to talk about. And then even the census has changed how they categorize these groups over the years. So trying to do a historical comparison is hard. But certainly as we do outreach now and in the future, we do try to break out these groups in more detail.
If I can also add, Tanya Stern, Deputy Director for the record, this is where the data piece merges with the more relationship-based, part of community engagement, where we can take this data, to help us identify where exactly, for instance, in a county we have a large, Asian American population. The census data can get us so far, but then we have to use that data to then build those relationships and nourish those relationships with community organizations and institutions that it can help us better understand who is actually there, amongst the different, again, Asian American population. As we all know, there's a lot of different countries of origin and a lot of different ways to engage with those residents. So that's where, in terms of how we use this data, that's one way that we can do it. It's really a jumping off point for us to then figure out how to strategize and identify who we really should be reaching out to try to better understand who lives there.
Am I correct in understanding that there is also a pretty good breakdown of language spoken at home by tract? I mean, that might also be a way to get a little more insight because, and that's usually maybe even more, sometimes it's more relevant even than race or ethnicity because, it's not just that that's the way people communicate, but it's also, it can be a marker of cultural and other differences that can be more refined than just one of these 4 racial categories. Anyone else?
Jerry Sishi. I took Patap's place on the Racial Equity and Social Justice Committee. They had actually hired a consultant who commented on the Thrive 2050. But in terms of this or other work you're doing in this area, there is an opportunity. Different groups come in, hospital groups have come in and spoke how they treat people of different diversities. Anything that you think could be presented to the group, informational, kind of give them a sense of the direction, some of the things we're trying to do. You have all the details more than I do, but could we have a guest speaker come in and speak? It's Wednesdays, if you will, 6:30 to about 8:30.
So I've actually recently, over the summer, presented to COG's Chief Equity Officers Committee on our Equity and Planning Action Agenda to share the work that we've been doing to implement that initiative over the last couple of years. And in fact, I'm actually going to be presenting on it tomorrow at the local APA conference. So I would be very happy to meet with the county's Racial Equity Committee to share that work.
Yeah, they do a Zoom thing, so if there's any charts or things, they can be seen on the Zoom. Yeah, that'd be great.
Certainly.
And just to echo what Tanya said, we'd be happy to come show them this tool. It's open and available to the public. So.
Was that the end of your presentation? Anyone else have any questions? Tina?
I don't, but thank you for asking. It's already been covered regarding the intersection of language as and these groups. I know it's a broad brush, but when we talk about Black, Hispanic, non-white, we have individuals who not necessarily native English speakers. So I think it's been covered. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And next we have item 10, so we'll get on a separate call for that.
Okay, we're ready for item 10, Churchill Senior Housing Sketch Plan with Philip Estes.
Well, good afternoon. Philip Estes with the Up County Division. This is an overview of sketch plan number 320220060 for Churchill Senior Housing. This sketch plan is a request to allow an additional 326,252 square feet of residential uses and 3,000 square feet for a medical clinic. The applicant then proposes to increase the total number of dwelling units from 255 to 535 units. And the applicant proposes an additional 12.8% MPDUs, which would equal 36 additional MPDUs for a total of 17% MPDUs. Also included is a 140-bed residential care facility and, as I mentioned, the 3,000 square foot medical clinic. Just a word before we start with the details of the application. We'd like to point out where we are in this process. As you might recall, in 2019, the Planning Board recommended for approval the updated zoning categories for the Churchill Village area within Germantown. This was the 2020 Germantown Plan for the Town Sector Zone, which included a sectional map amendment where the County Council approved the current CRT zoning for the property. The next step in the process would be to review and approve the development through a sketch plan. So the purpose of the sketch plan application is to provide the public and the Planning Board a chance to review proposed development for general design, density, circulation, public benefits, and its relationship to the master plan before the applicant would file a more detailed site plan or a preliminary plan of subdivision application. Once a sketch plan is approved, then the next step would go to a preliminary plan, the subdivision, and a site plan approval would be required. This is the time when very detailed elements of the project would be evaluated: the traffic study, stormwater management, sediment control, full fire department access, architecture, etc. Those items are not reviewed during the sketch plan process. So once the preliminary plan or site plan are approved, then the next step would be the building permit process, where again there would be additional reviews for items such as stormwater management, sediment control, building permits, etc. So we're still in the early stages of the review process with the sketch plan, and more details would be evaluated in the next step. So we'll begin with the neighborhood and vicinity. As you can see here, the subject property is highlighted in orange. It is located at 21,000 Father Hurley Boulevard in the Churchill Village community of Germantown. This is just south of Waters Landing Drive on Father Hurley Boulevard. The neighborhood is predominantly residential in character, with ample public and private open spaces with trails, including one of the community's defining features, Lake Churchill. The abutting and confronting land uses include residential uses to the west and east. The Waters Landing HOA Community Center and swimming pool is located just to the south, and there is vacant land located to the north. The property is highlighted here in orange, and this is located in the CRT, Commercial Residential Town Zone. As I mentioned, the entire area is part of the 2020 Germantown Plan for the Town Sector Zone. To the west, the zoning is townhome low density. To the east, across from Father Hurley Boulevard, this is in the R20 zone residential. Vacant land to the north is zoned commercial residential neighborhood, and the HOA property to the south is zoned RE1. Zooming into the subject property, it is a 5.49 acre parcel, or 5.9 acres of land, highlighted in the orange, which shows the property line boundaries. The existing development was built in 2 phases in 2001 and 2018, and currently has 255 senior apartments. There are 149 on-site parking spaces with 30 off-site parking spaces, which are located on the HOA property to the south. The applicant has an access easement and an approved parking agreement to utilize this portion of the HOA property. The general topography is primarily flat near Father Hurley Boulevard, and then with a relatively steep downward slope beginning towards the middle of the property towards the stream valley at the rear. There is one loading space on the south side of the building, and vehicular access is provided via 2 existing driveways off of Father Hurley. The north driveway serves only the subject property, and then the south driveway is shared and used by Churchill Senior as well as the HOA. So this image, we want to point out the existing development and the phases that are proposed. So you can see here the existing building, which is identified as phase 1 and 2, with the surface parking lot in the front, and then the 2 driveways off of Father Hurley Boulevard. Phase 3, which would be the additional 280 apartments that would generally be located in the graded area at the rear of the property. And then phase 4, which would have the assisted living and medical clinic. This would be located where the surface parking lot is shown here, where we've tagged phase 4. Here are a couple of street views. The top shows a southward view from the north driveway, and the bottom image shows the northward view at the south shared driveway off of Father Hurley. This image shows the proposed sketch plan in plan view, and just to orient you, Father Hurley Boulevard is at the bottom of the image. You can see the existing phases 1 and 2. Phase 1, you can see that, phase 1 here, and phase 2 there. Phase 3 would be connected to phase 1 and phase 2 in this area. This is where the additional 280 apartments would go, with also below grade parking. Phase 4, located here along Father Hurley, you would also have under below grade parking. This is the location here of proposed public open space. We'll get into that in a little bit. This image shows the phase 3 building heights. As you can see here, it shows the tiered height and the distances to the property line in orange. The darker shaded area here, this portion of the building would be no more than 102 feet in height. The building then steps back, as shown here, to 68 feet, 58 feet, and 48 feet, which would be the tallest height near the rear property line. Also, you can see the distances here that show from the property line the setback 51 feet, and then the building would be 41 feet. Back to 75 feet, it would go to 58 feet. 95 feet from the property line, the building would rise 68 feet, and then 120 feet from the rear property line, the building would rise to 102 feet. The applicant went through a few rounds of revisions, and we want to show you through the next couple of slides the difference between the first submittal, which is on the left, and the revised submittal, which is on the right. Some of the highlights in this image, you can see more with the phase 4 building, which is located in the front here. The left image is a 4-story building with no public open space. Staff had recommended to the applicant to create a larger block of public open space, which you can see here on the north side of the building, to create more of a usable square piece of public open space. And to accomplish this, the applicant added another story to the height of that building. Moving along to the view, this is a view looking towards the south with Father Hurley on the left. This we want to highlight the evolution of the massing here. On the left, the applicant had initially proposed a height of 96 feet for all of Phase 3, including the rearmost portion of the building. And staff worked with the applicant to reduce the height along the rear of the buildings to the massing and scale you can see here. Stepped back here from the stream valley, and it's stepping up towards the tallest point of the building there. This image shows a little more detail of the progress of the progression from submittal to the revised massing. And on the left, you see some of the original submissions, and then on the left, you can see the reduction in massing and height, pushing more of the density and height away from the rear property line. This is a bird's eye view of the same elevation, showing a little closer detail. This would be a ground level view of the same west elevation. Staff does want to acknowledge community comments we've received about compatibility, height, and density, and want to acknowledge that staff has worked with the applicant to make modifications to their submittal to help make the project compatible with the area. First, it's important to note to the west is a stream valley buffer and conservation easement that buffers the project from the townhomes. This conservation easement cannot be developed and will remain in place. And as you can see here, the distance between Phase 3 and the residences would be approximately 185 feet, with the tallest portion of the building set back even more. To the north is vacant land, and there would be no significant impacts to existing uses there. To the east, between the property and residences, is Father Hurley Boulevard, which is a 4-lane divided roadway, plus there is additional setbacks between the roadway and the residences. The distance between Phase 4 and the housing to the east is approximately 200 feet. And then to the south is the HOA Community Center and Pool, which is a non-residential use, and the approximate distance from Phase 3 is about 240 feet. So as you've seen, staff has worked with the applicant to make modifications and step back the height and massing away from the townhomes to reduce massing at the rear of the property, which will reduce shadow impacts. The height at the west property line was reduced from 96 feet down to 48 feet, and then, as I mentioned, steps back up from 58, 68 to the tallest portion of 102 feet. These are some more images that show the project's proposed massing. This is a view towards the southwest from Father Hurley on the bottom. Another bird's eye view. And this is another view looking towards the south. In response to community comments, staff requested the applicant provide a shadow study. The next series of slides will show the shade and shadow effects at the spring and autumn equinoxes, and then also at the summer and winter solstices. This slide shows the spring equinox on March 31st at 9 a.m., 12 p.m., and 3 p.m. You can see in these images there are no shadow impacts to the residential roofs during this time period, but there would be some impacts to private open space. This is a summer solstice on June 21st. You can see here there would be no shadow impacts on nearby residences on these dates and times. Here's the autumn equinox on September 21st. You can see there would be no shadow impacts on residential roofs at these times, but again, some impacts on the private open space. It's during the winter solstice season that shade and shadow impacts would be the greatest. This shows on December 21st, the winter solstice. The sun rises at 7:25 a.m., and at that point, everything would be in shade and shadow. This, of course, would affect the residential roofs and everything around it in the private open space. This would impact the properties from sunrise to about 10 a.m. And then at 11 a.m., shadows are still present on some of the private open space, but by 12 p.m., the shadow moves northward toward the vacant parcel to the north, and at 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. until sunset. A word about the public open space concept plan. For this project, the zoning ordinance requires a minimum of 5% public open space, or a total of 11,950 square feet. The applicant proposes to provide this in 2 phases during phase 3 and phase 4. So the image on the left shows the location highlighted in yellow at the bottom of 50% of the required public open space. And then the image on the right shows the remainder to be provided with phase 4. So that would be, again, a total of 11,950 square feet. The shaded green areas are private open spaces. These are the interior courtyards for use by residents. Precedent examples provided by the applicant show how this space could be developed and used. The applicant would propose to provide a linear landscaped walkway with some shaded seating areas in the larger square area that we discussed, which would be available for individuals or small group gatherings. The details of the public open space would be refined as part of the subsequent site plan approval. A word about the circulation plan. Phase 3 generally maintains the existing circulation pattern, while it adds a circular driveway on the left in this area. This leads to a new below-grade parking garage, which vehicles would enter here. Both existing driveways along Father Hurley would remain. With phase 4, the overall circulation pattern remains almost the same, except for some changes. The front drive aisle along the parking area, this would become a below-grade parking garage to serve phase 4. And the 2 existing vehicular driveways off of Father Hurley would remain the same. The circular driveway that's currently in front of the existing phase 1 would be reconfigured to accommodate the revised parking lot and to accommodate phase 4. I do want to note also the red dashed line shows the proposed pedestrian circulation pattern from the right-of-way onto and throughout the property. Staff does want to acknowledge the community concerns regarding circulation, the ingress and egress to the property, and safety concerns with Father Hurley Boulevard. A full transportation analysis to include site access, circulation, and multimodal area-wide study will be conducted as part of a subsequent application, as will the final fire department access plan. Pursuant to the zoning ordinance, the project requires a minimum of 50 public benefit points in at least 3 categories. Although the categories need to be approved, only the categories need to be approved of the sketch plan application. The following table illustrates both proposed points and the categories requested to demonstrate compliance. Proposed are points for transit proximity, providing the minimum number of parking spaces, providing 9 units that are ADA accessible, providing more than 12.5% MPDUs, providing structured parking, and also energy efficient buildings. The new buildings would exceed county minimum standards by 10%. and also by providing a vegetated green wall on the exposed parking structure along the stream valley to screen off-site views. The project was reviewed for compliance with the county's environmental guidelines, and a natural resources inventory was approved. Along the rear property line is an existing stream valley and buffer. The existing retaining wall, constructed as part of Phase 1 and 2, terminates within the stream valley buffer. Therefore, to connect to the existing retaining wall, the applicant must disturb an area within the stream valley buffer to the minimum extent practical. This total encroachment proposed as part of Phase 3 and 4 would be 250 square feet, which is actually part of the previously approved disturbed stream valley buffer. An area of stream valley buffer is not placed in a conservation easement due to the existing retaining wall and the necessary extension to connect to the existing wall, as well as some existing utilities. So therefore, a total of 0.17 acres of additional planting is proposed to be met off-site to satisfy this encroachment. The preliminary forest conservation plan was reviewed for this project. This includes the entire 5.49 acre property plus 0.11 acres of offsite disturbance associated with this, which equals a net track area of 5.6 acres. Since there is no existing forest within the net track area, the resulting calculation is an afforestation requirement of 0.84 acres, which the applicant proposes to meet by purchasing credits or by a fee in lieu payment. The applicant submitted a tree variance request, and this variance provision applies to all impacted trees that are known as protected trees. Given the location of the Phase 3 building, the existing parking lot would be adapted for a turnaround, which would accommodate a future stormwater management facility. This change would impact one off-site tree as identified here as tree number 3, where its root zone crosses the existing parking lot. Unfortunately, this impact cannot be avoided, and it also allows a reasonable preliminary location for a new stormwater management facility. And staff recommends approval of the preliminary forest conservation plan with the tree variance. We do want to acknowledge that staff has received a number of correspondence in support and opposition to the application. We do want to acknowledge that we've received these requests and reviewed them. We believe we have addressed the comments in the presentation. As was mentioned earlier, this is the first step in the development review process, and if approved, the project would be evaluated further at the preliminary plan and site plan process. One note we have to revise condition number 2 and 6. Staff has proposed these revisions and the applicant has agreed. Condition number 2, the revision indicates that staff would like to explore the conversation more about shade and shadow impacts further at the site plan review. And condition number 6 indicates that staff wants to explore providing a trail connection with the HOA property to the Stream Valley trail system. So with that, staff does recommend approval of the sketch plan application, and this concludes our presentation.
Mr. Estes, I have just a question. It's for clarification
Oh, could you
purposes.
hang on just one second? I just need to take a little short, yes, please. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay.
So let's just, if you could hold that
Hold
thought.
my horses.
Thank you so much. Okay, you were saying?
Yeah, so Mr. Estes, I just want clarification on the, and I know this is just the sketch plan, and this will be dealt with at site plan, but the heights, there's additional heights allowed because of MPDUs, correct? Okay, so is it related to, I just want to understand, would it be related to the combination of all MPDUs, including those that are already in the existing building, or is it just the additional height as a result of new MPDUs?
Thank you, Commissioner. This is, the additional height is related just to the additional new MPDUs. And you're correct, the zoning code formula allows the additional height with a provision of more than the 12.5%.
The applicant want to say something about this before we take other discussion?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Matthew Gordon from the law firm of Stelzer Gervich, and Bob Dalrymple is joining virtually. Seated to my far left is Matt Perico from Churchill Senior Living. Seated next to me is Brian Donnelly, who's our land planner from McCrease Hendricks. And then also Joe Perico from Churchill Senior Living is joining virtually, as well as our architect, Duncan Walker. We're in full agreement with staff's recommended conditions, and we thank them for their work with us over the last almost a year on the sketch plan, and probably closer to 18 months if you start from when we filed a concept plan. And thanks to their thoughts and collaboration, I think we've ended up with a better overall sketch plan, the massing, the open space, all the things that Mr. Estes touched on. I just wanted Matt Perico to give a quick overview on the history of the project and their operations, and then I can touch on a finer point on sort of how the affordable housing works with what's there today plus what's proposed in these future phases. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Just wanted to thank the planning staff for all their help to get us to this point, for this opportunity. I want to also thank the planning board for the opportunity today. Phase 3 is much, it's the same as phase 1 and 2. We're excited about phase 3. There's, you know, as everybody knows, there's a need in the community for more affordable housing, and this is an opportunity today to do that. So we're extremely excited. We want to thank everybody for all their hard work, our team who's worked very hard on this. So we thank them and everybody who's collaborated to get us to this point today. So we appreciate all the support. We understand that there's some that are not in favor, and we take those comments. We don't take those comments lightly, but we really want to develop a great product, great community for our end users, for our seniors, and that's why we're here today. So thank you, everybody, for the opportunity. Thank you.
And Matthew Gordon again, just really quickly on the affordable units. For the phase 1 and 2, there's 255 total units, and about 95% of those units are subject to some affordable covenant, rent restriction, low income tax credits. And then for the proposed units, the 280 independent living units, there's a commitment to exceeding the minimum for MPDUs, but the Churchill Senior Living will explore the opportunity for additional rent restrictions through low-income tax credit programs. It's just that'll all get defined at site plan and beyond. So at a minimum, at least 50% of the units when phase 3 is built will be subject to some affordability covenant.
Just have one question. If I read it correctly, you have kind of a dashed red line that goes around. That's a trail, walking trail, or what is the red on the plan? Yeah.
It represents pedestrian circulation.
Yeah. Just a question in terms of the proposed building 3. Is that a underground parking, steep slope there?
It'll be partially underground parking. And there'll be a flat surface, maybe 12 feet wide, off the face of the building.
Okay,
for
I was just
small
wondering
trail.
about a crossing. I know it's tight on the kind of the north corner of the building, but that walk to go around, that's not possible, or is
No,
that something?
yeah, the intent would be to bench it out and then create a flat slope.
Yeah, but watch the crossing of the driveway, unlike ours coming out here, it's hard visibility. But, and these are seniors walking, so, yeah, but that would be great if the trail could be connected. It's a good walking opportunity, so well done, yeah.
Did you have more to add to that?
I think we're prepared to answer questions, but that's the extent of our presentation. Thank you.
Great.
So
Are there other comments or questions?
Just a comment. I just want to clarify that not only does the county need more affordable housing, we need more housing of all levels. So, just I think it's great. I appreciate that you're going to be providing that, particularly for our seniors. And with that, I make a motion for approval of the sketch plan as submitted with conditions as
This is
suggested
Tina.
by. Oh, I'm sorry, Tina.
No, go ahead. I was going to second when you're done.
Okay, so I make a motion to approve.
This is Tina Patterson. I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Very good. That's unanimous. Thank you all for coming. We'll see you on the next stage of this.
Thank you, and I was the sunshine again, wasn't I?
That's right. That shadow
Of
study
course,
needed
Mr.
a
Dalrymple.
little more. Yeah. Okay, we're ready for the last item of the day, Fairland and Briggs Cheney Master Plan preliminary recommendations.
Hello, good afternoon, members of the Planning Board. For the record, my name is Melaine Jackson. I am co-leading the Fairland and Briggs Cheney Master Plan. I'm going to keep my mask on because I have a slight cough, if you don't mind, but I am joined here with my coworker and colleague and friend and co-lead, super co-lead, Clark Larson, who has definitely pulled his weight, jumped in headfirst with this master plan. We're going to get started, but I just want to let you know the image that you're seeing in front of you right now is basically the heart of Fairland and Briggs Cheney and the heart of our plan. Where are we today? It's been a minute since we've seen you. We were here in April of 2022, and in that 5-month period, we've been working really, really hard. Before you broke for the summer, you heard about our housing assessment study that was completed months prior to you breaking for the summer. We also did some canvassing of local businesses to the tune of almost 400 businesses in the Fairland and Briggs Cheney community. We have prepared ourselves, overly prepared ourselves, rehearsed for our vision workshops. In that period, we collected a number of comments, and I will be covering some of the highlights from our vision workshops and diving a little bit into the framework of our big ideas. And Clark will go into more detail about it, but today kind of marks the beginning of our refining period, our refining stages. And you'll hear a lot of big ideas that will be turned into preliminary recommendations, which will then become our working draft, which we hope to have to you by December of 2022. So what is this about? This plan, the goals of this plan, we aspire to create complete and equitable communities that are corridor focused and have compact growth, such that we are preserving our affordable housing and the ability for residents to age in place, giving us a greater economic health, environmental resilience, and making us more sustainable and more adaptable in the future. The agenda today. So we'll go over again. I'll focus primarily on the work that we've done with our vision workshops, debrief you a little bit, talk a little bit about takeaways, the things that we learned during that process, go over the framework, the concept framework and the plan and how we came to some of our big ideas. Other recommendations that we have that aren't being discussed today, but as we talk around our big ideas, this will help to refine and give us more depth and perspective on how we should approach our preliminary draft recommendations. We'll conclude with next steps and answer any questions. But I also just want to let you know that throughout the presentation, we planned some stops. We've learned from the last presentation that we should give you some time to kind of reflect on the information that we're giving to you. And we'll check in with you throughout the presentation to see if you have any questions or comments along the way. All right, so our vision workshops. In front of you, you're seeing a lot of the outreach, the marketing outreach efforts that we've done. We've done 5 e-letters. That's the image that you're seeing on the right below the title to the left of the slide. We've done 5 of those, and it's a way for us to engage with people, keep them up to date, keep the energy up, making sure they know what's coming up next. In the center of the screen, you're seeing photos from our community pop-ups, which we did in the summertime, and even a photo of some of our vision workshops. So the centermost photo is a vision workshop that we did at Fairland Recreational Park. And then to the far right, you're seeing the flyer that was passed out promoting those vision workshops. And we passed out countless flyers and of course, during the vision workshops, we had about 100 people in attendance, which produced about 600 comments, adding to our already really full, robust inventory of comments that we've received from the community thus far. We've passed out hundreds of flyers, like I said. We have met with community organizations, canvassed the local businesses to the tune of about 400 businesses. Again, we did the housing assessment. And is that it? Oh, we have a placemaking coming up. So the lower left-hand corner is the placemaking flyer that we've been promoting at all of our vision workshops, all of our community pop-ups. Whenever we're talking to the community, we're also talking about the placemaking part. That was outreach. Engagement, it's a little slightly different. We have actually been working really, really hard to engage with people. And in hosting our six vision workshops, which were located in the community, our first one was held at Seventh Day Adventist, the site that's within our planned boundary. The second one was up towards the north at the Greencastle Lakes Community Center. And the last and final, we had a festival event that was hosted at the Fairland Recreational Park. This event was a really well-attended event where we did some tabling. But for the typical workshops, we would do an introduction. We would have breakout groups. In our breakout groups, we would have an icebreaker. And we would go through a mapping exercise to figure out what they liked and what they didn't like. We would take a break in between the first and second to have some open discussion and give us some room to be able to talk around what they like and they didn't like, and then give them the opportunity to make improvements or changes to those comments. We couldn't do this work with ourselves alone. Clark and I are good, but we're not that good. We had a team of people, including, we would be remiss if we did not talk about the work of Story Tapestries, which is an art organization, a nonprofit organization that earns funds from the endowment and the state of Maryland to produce and encourage residents to incorporate art in their daily lives. And as a part of this process, they have held us accountable. They have encouraged us to be creative, think outside the box, come up with some ideas, not just for residents that are living in Fairland today, but future generations. And they were a big part to the facilitating of these conversations. By having multiple facilitators and note takers in the room, residents and stakeholders who participated had that one-on-one reaction, had that one-on-one attention, so they were able to share with us their thoughts, their visions for the future without a lot of interruption from other folks or somebody dominating the conversation. So we took an equitable approach to facilitating conversations. I spoke about a fabulous event that we hosted at Fairland Recreational Park. It was kind of like a festival. It was very different from all of the other in-person events. We had a DJ, we had some food, we had tabling from other public agencies, so we came together. And some of the comments, that's what you're seeing, the graphic in front of you, are some of the comments that were produced from that Fairland event. And what we heard was that, of course, connectivity is a problem in the Fairland and Briggs Cheney community. We need more protected bike lanes. We need better sidewalks, more housing, which was stated, in the last item. We need more housing all over, not just senior housing and affordable housing, but just a variety of housing in general. And more importantly, people wanted places. They wanted places to go and reasons to come together and build community. By coming together, you're actually building resilience over time. So, another thing that we asked of Story Tapestries is we commissioned art from them. So the image to the left is also present in the room. We like to call this a stream of consciousness. A lot of the work that we were doing is like graphical work, so they pulled it together into a collage. And you'll notice some of the elements that the most important thing about the left image is that it carries over into our framework, the regional connections, the emphasis around food, the emphasis around nature and being connected to nature. All of those things are present, and I encourage you to take a deeper look towards over here. on the side of the room where the actual art piece is present. And then towards the left, on the right-hand side of the screen, you're seeing a summary or a highlighting of all of the big ideas or some of the big things that were discussed as a part of the vision workshops. So the next part of this presentation is a video that we commissioned from Story Tapestries to kind of give you some insight of like the vibe that we were able to achieve when we came together with them. They did this production for us on our behalf, but with the community's voice and all of the ideas and thoughts, they took all of the images that we took, the photos, some of the stories that were told, and put it all together in a video. So after this video, though, we'll take a break, and I'll let you ask any questions that you might have.
Thoughtful, ready for change. Picture this. Equitable communities transcend the status quo, create partnerships, break down barriers to entry, shaping the future through connectedness, racial equity, and social justice. Local employers, higher wages, accessible job opportunities.
All right. So as I stated, do you have any questions, comments, concerns as of this point? We're mainly focused on how we got to this point in the vision work, creating big ideas.
Questions? I'm happy
Comments
to
or questions so
start.
far, just on the process in general right now?
Okay, just a couple things. I happened to be here yesterday morning for some bus discussions and the studies we're doing, but again, the issue came up was bus service, the express bus and other local buses in the area, so I know you've kind of touched that in the plan. I also, then after that, I went over to the Viva White Oak group, which I tend to meet with, and again, some new things came up. I guess there was a particular person from the executive office that he's involved in that area too, you probably know. But they were mentioning that the decisions have been made to kind of get the college, a branch of the Montgomery College going there. I think would be very important to the area. My transportation meeting, I heard about someone talking about removing or changing the ramps at the ICC in 29. I hope that I said that facetiously. I hope that didn't mean signals on the 29. But the other thing, too, is the video you just showed, you want to appeal to the real estate market to come in, as well as the citizens, what we're going to do. So I think that's an important thing, to bring people in. Again, I make the case with the I-95 corridor. It takes you up to Boston, New York, Richmond, and North Carolina Triangle, kind of attracting a business to come to this corridor. I think it's important for the jobs. The other thing we talk about, the equity and disparagement. One thing came up, some families do have more than 2 children. There was a project that HOC had down on MacArthur Boulevard. It was a linear building. They were improving it. I personally had been involved in modular housing, and it was one of my thesis that I did was to bring it in and make a half bath and a bedroom. So looking at family needs, it's just not always, 2 bedrooms. There's some with 3 children maybe, or even more, that looking at the units that go in there, that somehow it doesn't hurt the potential development, that it can be accommodated in the requirements. And then, I mean, to me, that would be one thing that would be taking a look at. You're looking at the diverse population, some of the people coming into the country are bringing more than, more than one or two children. They do have large families, so accommodating that is important. And again, in terms of the disparity in incomes, I don't know if there's any way there could be then a match of incomes in a building. Maybe a penthouse might be too disturbing to the community, but just how can you blend affordable housing at both ranges? But you could get people with larger incomes contributing, whether that's a consideration or not. So just a few comments, but a great plan, and I know you've been out there in the community meeting with them, and
Yeah.
certainly that's
Thank
well
you so
done.
much, Commissioner Sishi. As far as the housing and economics piece is concerned, we will talk a little bit about that. We'll try to maybe talk around it when we get to the concept plans. Thank you so much.
So you were talking about coordination, engagement, et cetera.
Yes.
I just would like to know how much coordination there's been with three organizations in particular, Prince George's Planning, Department of Parks and Recreation. You're bordering on Prince George's County. And then I'd also like to know what kind of coordination you've had with the college, because they, I understand there's CIP money in for FY24 to do some planning. I don't think they've done site selection, but, I just want to make sure that we're working closely with them to coordinate that, so that it's a joint effort on where the best location for the college would be.
The last point Carol made, I would say I've kind of raised the issue of working our 100th anniversary, but working with Prince George's County. Sometimes we'll have people in our schools, but the parents' jobs will be in Prince George's, and obviously vice versa. But I think marketing the two counties together certainly competes against Northern Virginia and other areas in the state of Maryland. So I think that's important. Good point, Carol.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Prince George's County, we've met with them more recently, too, to talk around our fourth big idea, which is to expand Fairland Recreation Park into a more regional asset. And we'll get into more detail as we go through the presentation, but we've met with them twice. We think that's our strongest relationship. It's our sister agency. It's our ability to actually, do something sooner than rather later. So we've definitely been keeping them in the loop and sending them information. Like I said, we've met with them twice already, and more recently, I feel like we met with him just last week. Just this week? Yeah. The days are going by. Sorry. We met with Parks and Recreation, and they seem very excited to continue to talk around the vision for Fairland, what is now Fairland Recreational Park, and maybe one day it can feel more like a regional asset. And then in the college, Montgomery College, we've met with them twice too, I believe. We've had some very, surface level conversations right now, but because they were still trying to figure it out, and they more recently contacted us and let us know about their leasing agreement. But we continue to keep them involved. I think our more recent conversation was around how we can engage, how can we collaborate to do some of our engagement efforts, because they have similar interests as we do, just getting to know the community and their needs and assessing their needs, specifically around housing and workforce development. And we want them to be at the table all the time. Yeah. And I invite anyone else to kind of weigh in. You have anything else? Okay. Okay. Some of the other we can talk a little bit when we get to maybe further down about just the work that is in response to some of the comments that they have given us already. I'll continue, if that's okay? Okay. Oops, sorry. Okay. So as you know, we usually produce a concept framework, which is a plan. I just want to talk around this for the folks that might be listening a little bit to kind of explain what the importance of this graphic is. And basically, this graphic is used to kind of summarize the vision for the master plan, and getting us to a point where we do have a working draft. What you're seeing in front of you, and the key is a little small, so I'll just kind of highlight some of the things, is like The areas highlighted in yellow are residential areas. We have also connections, regional connections. Those are the blue arrows. Those arrows you'll also see in the Story Tapestries piece. There's a connection between what the community has offered up to us in comments and what we are acknowledging too is this regional significance that US 29 has, which is what Commissioner Sishi is hinting towards. And it's one of the more most valuable, I would say, most valuable corridors in Montgomery County because it connects Baltimore to downtown DC and Silver Spring and Howard County and Prince George's County, and more locally, Burtonsville and White Oak. So you're seeing some neighborhood nodes, which are a lighter color orange, and the more darker color pink is what we're calling our primary focus area. It's the heart of the community at the intersection of US 29 north of I-200 or the ICC. And we see this area as being the hotspot of the community, and within walking distance to the BRT station that's at the East County Regional Services property, and also houses the East County Community Recreation Center. And so this area is our primary focus, and the gateways are entries into Fairland. This area, this community, is a gateway for most people, not only with buying housing, but into the rest of Montgomery County, connects East County to the rest of to like the north and west of in Montgomery County. The other thing that you're noticing is this green loop. You have an outer loop and an inner loop. The outer loop is mainly to tie in local parks and give you a more nature experience, a more experience that's connected to nature, where you have an inner loop, which is the dark green, that helps to connect our neighborhood focus areas and our primary focus area to other resources in the community. But mainly, this bike and pedestrian loop system is an alternative to driving. We've already started to engage the community on what to call this circulation system that we're building out, which currently there are paths and pathways, surface paths, hard surface paths, and trails that the residents are using now. And our idea is just to build out this system so that it supports the neighborhoods and supports the local businesses and gets people walking and changes the culture a bit so that people feel comfortable walking down what we're calling a Main Street approach on our Briggs-Cheney Road. We did our pedestrian audit on Briggs-Cheney Road, and we noticed a significant amount of improvements that need to be made. I'm going to move on to the next slide because I want to also show the relationship of our activity centers being spread throughout the master plan area. Of course, we have 1 and 2, which are, 1 is our primary focus area, and 2 is our secondary. 2, 3, 4, and 5 are secondary areas, which connect, which are in walking distance of each other. But the importance is that they're spread throughout the master planning area. But within our primary focus area, we're creating this Main Street experience and a complete street. We want to make improvements to existing conditions and leverage infill development on surface parking areas so that we can get those improvements made. We're noticing the synergy that already exists in this community. There's, like we said, a lot of people live in this area. The density in this area is very significant. Their connection to, say, the East County Regional Services Center or the East County Recreation Center, as well as there's people that work at the Auto Mall site, and it would be great for them to be able to walk to where they have their work and shop at the Briggs-Cheney Marketplace. And so what we're calling for is significant improvements along Briggs-Cheney Road. So you're seeing the design possible. Briggs-Cheney redesign is adding more shade, it's adding more seating, it's providing a place. This is a place for people to not only live, but to shop and to work and have greater access to amenities. Towards the north of this site, you're seeing at the intersection where it crosses over 29 is a bridge. And so Clark is going to give you more details about the secondary neighborhoods, but we're introducing this Main Street approach because we recognize that there's a need to not only improve the place in here, because there's a lot of surface parking in this region, and there's also a need to use that infill development to make significant improvements along Briggs-Cheney Road. And like Commissioner Sishi was talking about, we have given some consideration to capacity, building capacity around workforce development and/or providing space for large institutions. Outside of Montgomery College, even if they're not locating here, we do have other institutional uses that may need a home or a place that would also support this Main Street approach and provide access to resources for businesses and their employees. So we've thought about a secondary concept to the Main Street that would house a large institution or an entity in close proximity to the Auto Mall site, but even further south at the intersection of, I think that's Randolph. That's Randolph and Cherry Hill and Old Columbia. And so we have to also mention and keep in mind that the Fairland and Briggs-Cheney community also falls within our equity focus areas, and there are many of the neighborhoods that are considered vulnerable neighborhoods. So in an effort to build resilience and again respond to the need to have greater access to public facilities, we're also proposing a health and resilience hub and learning center. Of course, in the state of emergency, we have all been through COVID-19, the pandemic, and learned a few lessons going through that. And so this health and resilience hub and learning center would be located and housed next to or close proximity to the BRT station and the East County Regional Services Center. This work is already starting to take hold. We've had many conversations with the community center where we hosted our open house event this past week on Tuesday. And they've started, launching programs to help give people better access to higher paying jobs, which again is to Commissioner Sishi's point about needing to increase incomes and provide resources and attainable employment for them to be able to afford a better quality of life. So this resilience hub would have, charging stations, it would have cooling stations, food distribution, which is already happening with Kingdom Fellowship and the like, bicycle storage, as well as access to better resources that allow them to thrive and move from a state of emergency to a better quality of life. Again, this resource we see happening near the East County Regional Services Center and close to the BRT station. I'm going to turn it over now to my co-lead, Clark Larson, to kind of go through some of the secondary neighborhood centers.
Thank you, Molly. Now, I'll be continuing our discussion of the framework plan, focusing on other elements of that. What you see here on the right is a sketch from an internal charrette that we conducted here in the department to think about how some of these places could look. But they're exemplifying the types of scale of development and characteristics that we're anticipating in some of these neighborhood centers here. So we would seek to support compact neighborhood-focused development along US 29 and Old Columbia Pike, within about 5 minutes walking distance of these intersections, these secondary neighborhood centers. Here today at this intersection, there's a small shopping center, a fire station, a fairly large townhome community, and some detached homes on the northeast in front of Paint Branch High School. So there is some activity happening there now, but we would look to the plan to support yet more infill potential development of this area to link into Briggs-Cheney Road. And support more moderate infill development in the future that incorporates safer streets and public open spaces. So ideally, that would link into the bridge, the expanded, enhanced bridge on Briggs-Cheney Road that I'll get into in a few moments. Another neighborhood center that we focused on are the 2 Verizon properties that really kind of back up to US 29 today. We envision that they could become more integrated with and supportive of their nearby communities. And this is only in the case that Verizon should choose to change how they occupy their property or relocate one or both from one or both properties entirely. And on the right side is really, again, just a sketch of potential redevelopment. It's not related to any plan or vision that they have. It's anticipating what the framework plan might support and any plan recommendations might allow into the future. Any major redevelopment of either of these properties would be encouraged to develop with significant housing and open space, and possibly even a new BRT station, should the density and activity level warrant that on US 29.
Can you hang on that previous graphic?
Sure.
Having been out there relatively recently, it seems to me there's room for liner buildings right up along 29 on the east side. I mean, there's not as much room there as there is behind the existing building, but it seems to me like you'd want to line the major roadway.
There could be space for that today. This illustration really is assuming that the current use of the Fairland Data Center remains. And however, Verizon has told us that they would not likely support development on portions of this eastern property if the data center were continuing. There's just too much sensitive equipment in there. They actually need that buffering and distance from vibrations and activities. And so, yes, if the Fairland Data Center was no longer needed as a data center by Verizon, that could very well be the case with development on both sides. And I'll get into a little bit later our vision for US 29. You might have buildings up along the roadway, but our vision for 29, as we've developed them so far, is not to have actual walking and street frontages and storefronts like a boulevard on US 29 at this point. So that would be, relative to, and it would respect the US 29 roadway, but not necessarily front them with driveways and parking and such. That might be on more the eastern, southern, northern corners, in our minds.
I see, but probably the zoning would accommodate some whatever they want to do there.
Sure, they could build right up to the property lines with the zoning, and they can today, should they choose to redevelop. I think it's an employment-focused zone right now. We would be supporting likely a more commercial residential-focused zone. How that looks design-wise, we just don't know, other than this one possible future. Moving into our third activity center that we've addressed with our charrette and started thinking about with illustrations. This center would support redevelopment of the properties at the intersection of East Randolph Road and Old Columbia Pike as a more compact pedestrian-friendly intersection, but as opposed to Briggs Cheney Road, still be more context sensitive to the neighborhood scale, walkable to that community. The illustration depicts one possible future for the large Seventh-day Adventist World Headquarters property with infill development to the north and south of the current headquarters office building. And so that's just one potential future for that property. It also incorporates in the illustration the planning board recommended local map amendment development concept for which the applicants have chosen to wait for the master plan to proceed. Though as so far, our work and thinking about this plan area would support that sort of development as well. So it would be consistent with where we're going with our future recommendations.
I think these are all great, and I love how you've incorporated the development as it approaches the bridges, because really those bridges, when they were put in, were just to move traffic.
Mm-hmm.
But the idea that you're kind of reimagining those bridges as a gateway into the community, I think is really interesting. Because it's really not far away from, for instance, all the development that's in the White Oak Shopping Center.
Right, I think that's true. It's not far away
It's not.
distance-wise, but experientially,
It's an
I think
eternity.
because it's not
Yeah.
lined by buildings and trees, it feels far.
It feels very far.
You wouldn't think to walk that way, even though you could. There is topography, of course, when you're talking about bridges and elevations above the highway, so you couldn't necessarily have a nice shopping corner there at the bridge, but we would hope that future redevelopment would treat it in such a way that it becomes more amenable, more comfortable place to hang out, not only drive by.
Well, you have in urban areas, you definitely have that elevation, like in certain cities where you have to go over a bridge. But if it's a nice experience, people do it all the time. And so it's just a question of how do you make that happen, which I think you guys are doing a great job.
I hope we have some answers for that.
Okay.
Yeah, there certainly are a lot of questions as well.
So to piggyback on that, but a different kind of approach is, have you considered the issue, which may not be that obvious, might not be on the, but is connection of neighborhoods within, that are already there, some existing neighborhoods, they tend to be very isolated within themselves. And the reason I say that is, I have family who live in Burtonsville, and they're constantly saying, the people in that other neighborhood are always parking on the roads near us and, and cutting through, and they don't like it. Well, I'm just trying to figure out, is there a way, that to create better connections? I mean, I recall years ago, there was an issue with a site plan violation because a community in that Burtonsville area actually put up fences that were not allowed by their site plan, and they were required to take them down. And the argument was that they were trying to limit access between the two adjoining communities. But, I don't think that's a good thing. I think we need to create more connection and more social connection. And I don't know how to do it in a master plan, but I'm just wondering if you've thought about that
We are
or
thinking about it.
you've seen that.
Yeah, you're actually anticipating some of our later talking points, so we can get into that, and I'd love to talk about it more at that point as well. But that is certainly an issue in several parts of this master plan area, is those connections not only for driving various routes through the community, but walking and biking and rolling as well. So they don't all have to be roads. You can have openings for pedestrian use as well. Yes, I think cut-through traffic is something that people feel they want to inhibit until they want to be cut-through traffic from their neighborhood. So it's sort of a balancing act about how easy it is to come and go from your own neighborhood versus what you see others using as a convenient pathway. So, yeah, we can get into that a little bit later. I'll have some visual aids for that that'll help us talk through it. Yeah. So this slide that you see up on the screen is taking those activity centers a step further, looking at the park and ride locations. And two of these are actually within some of our activity centers in our framework plan. The third on the right with Greencastle is surrounded by a residential neighborhood, but we still are thinking about potential treatments for these as well. And so on the left image is the Tech Road Park and Ride, and this could potentially complement some future development at the Seventh-day Adventist headquarters to the north, but also really provide more safety and activity and destinations for the neighborhood around it to boost ridership of the bus rapid transit, the ride on buses around it, make it cleaner and safer place to gather and use transit to. In the middle image is the Briggs Cheney Park and Ride lot that we envision as potentially developing in a more intensive manner because it's on this more Main Street, Briggs Cheney Road corridor that we're envisioning. And so while in both cases, all three cases, we would need to retain the parking capacity in large part for folks to access the bus services, we think that there could be a lot more development and activity happening on these lots than just surface parking.
That generates the ridership too for the.
That's true.
Right.
It's symbiotic.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, we would seek to increase and improve the
For the
ridership, the
BRT.
ability to already be there and jump on the bus, but also once you get off a bus, you might have a place to shop or feel safer because there's more nightlife activity going on before you go home.
So do you have a proposed flash station at Fairland?
At Fairland Road.
Well, for the Fairland community.
We're not looking at additional flash stations other than if Verizon were to redevelop potentially. We haven't identified one ourselves. I don't know what Montgomery County Department of Transportation would think about adding another stop in between those that exist. I can get into a little bit later when we talk about the bridge on Briggs Cheney, the possibility for moving or adding some of those, but
Okay.
that's not a
We can wait for
major
that. Sure.
part of our expertise.
So this is
in
just
fact.
what's currently existing?
Right, these are currently park and ride
Existing.
lots. Where it
Got it.
says flash, they're there today.
Got it.
Yeah.
But his comment, that could generate additional revenue for the BRT if you had additional stations.
Certainly.
So, yeah, centers be considered.
I have kind of a pet rock here I want to raise. I think you should look at figuring a way to put a flash stop on Roby Road using part of Edgewood Neighborhood Park and try to get a connection to Castle Boulevard through, across that property line. There's a sort of a townhouse, a stick of townhouses on this
Ballinger?
sort of side street off of Castle. You can walk, into the park from there. But I think it's really would be tremendously helpful to have access out of that northern end of Castle for people to be able to walk out. And also, it potentially could make the flash system a lot more efficient if you took it down Greencastle to Roby, directly down to Briggs Cheney, instead of bringing it down to the services center.
Yes, I would say that we would agree with that as a more convenient pathway and access for BRT. We have had some high-level conversations with Montgomery County Department of Transportation about that prospect, and it's something that we would have to ask them to study more, I think, as far as the impacts and the ridership benefits for that. I know there is currently a Metro bus, I think it's Z8 line, that runs through Ballinger Drive and through the Greencastle neighborhood. But as you say, the flash has to come up Castle Boulevard today and then go back down before it gets to Briggs Cheney. So it's a bit of an out and back, not as efficient pathway, but that's something that we would want to explore.
I think it's got to be a huge priority to try to find a way so that you don't have to go all the way up the cul-de-sac and back down with the flash service. And to me, I think that park is the most obvious way to do it. There's a couple other, I think, pedestrian access points through the fence to the north, but I don't see another obvious one. The other thing about that Greencastle Park and Ride is it brings the bus stop basically a bit north of the park. There's no bus service to the park, I don't believe.
No flash bus service.
Beg your pardon?
There's Metro bus service to the Fairland Recreational Park, but not flash right-on service today.
I don't think Metro bus runs up there on the weekends.
Oh,
It's
maybe
only a
not the
weekday
weekends.
service.
You might be right, yeah.
And most people want to go to the park on the weekend.
Okay.
So
I imagine if the master plan spoke to that, it would be in general terms, something to explore and partner with MCDOT about to consider the alignment, since we wouldn't have necessarily the answers or the exact directions and cut-throughs for that, but that's something we can work through in the coming months.
Yeah, okay, so consider that just a request to look at access either from Roby or some other point so you can get out of Castle without going up and back. Bus service that serves the park. And I don't know what the relationship to that, I would assume you're not going to move the park and ride, but you get my point. Like some way to make this more efficient and also to serve the major recreational destination as well as the other destinations.
Right.
Thanks.
I think that could be a benefit for this community, especially in the north part of the master plan. Before I move on, I also wanted to point out that the Greencastle Park and Ride would not be seen as high density or intensive development. We would seek a lighter touch, if there's any changes to this park and ride lot at all, with the potential for small-scale market or cafe that's appropriate to the surrounding lower density residential neighborhood. So that would just be, I think, distinct from the other two treatments, to respect that this really is the edge of a medium to low density. There's townhomes, detached homes in here, but not necessarily a more intensive activity center, I guess, is how we look at it today. I wanted to give us an opportunity to, if you haven't been out there, to the Tech Road parking lot to see how it feels when you're on the ground. This is actually a Google Street View from the roadway, so I hope you're not standing in the middle of the road. But the clouds don't necessarily allow you to appreciate how hot this can be in the summer. It's a large surface asphalt lot that for parking that makes your car warm up and it's hot to walk through. There's not much activity in the evening, and it's not really a local destination for the neighborhood other than the ability to access the park and ride lot. So this is the experience that we would imagine becoming maybe 1, 2, 3-story buildings with parking off to the side or in structures that would really create more of an activity for this park and ride lot. As you probably also know, across US 29 from this park and ride lot, really looking the direction that the photo's taken, is the White Oak. As with the other activity centers of the plan recommendations, the proposed infill development is not expected to compete with existing commercial areas, but would enhance the needs of East County in this area, which, along with the entire county, is critically short on housing. So that would be one possible opportunity to add here. While Viva White Oak will be a major regional destination for this area, we're acknowledging, we believe it cannot provide for all the needs of East County alone, and this plan's proposed infill developments will be needed to help fill in the critical needs of housing. So it's really a supplement, a complement to what's happening in the more larger lot, more active areas in White Oak. So we don't necessarily see these activity centers as necessarily in competition, but supporting more of the local area around it. So to further address the lived experience in the master plan area, I know Molly referred to this as a hot spot. I think she was referring to more where people live and work and shop, but it's also a hot spot in terms of summer heat, the urban heat island effect. You like that? Yeah. And so on the right is a zoomed out map of this area of the East County, showing in red where it really gets quite hot in the summer, the focus and concentration of urban heat in the hard surfaces, less tree canopy, and we've zoomed into one area of the master plan area showing the Briggs Cheney Marketplace, the auto sales park. So our recommendation, one of our major preliminary recommendations, would be to address this concentrated heat in these and other activity centers by increasing tree canopy and shade structures, decreasing impervious surfaces and hardscapes, and requiring cool pavements, cool facades. That's how the buildings are facaded on the outside, and other heat-reducing construction techniques in the pedestrian realm. So that could take place either through redevelopment or just renovations or improvements of the existing built environment in this area. But we want to acknowledge that the environmental experience is an important one, not only for how water moves and trees grow, but how people experience this area as well. So I would like to take a pause if you have any other questions about these slides, because next we'll be getting into more of the transportation focus. But are there any questions on what we've already seen?
Are you anticipating, I'm just curious because we were talking, the heat island the issue. Are you anticipating design guidelines as well?
Yes.
For this, and potentially to incorporate the cool streets type things that we talked about this morning?
Yeah, I believe that the master plan recommendations would call for that sort of guideline to be put together. We'll probably have either a draft or a full guidelines in the plan itself, but it would help to guide and improve the development projects that happen in that area. Right.
I was going to ask the same question, but I'm wondering, can you tie in not only this urban heat island effect, but also the resilience piece? Because there's definitely intersection between the two.
Right. The resilience aspect really is how the community would be supported. I think that's what Molly was talking about with the potential hub location, a physical space to go, but really reacting to the impacts that people feel in this area from that heat island situation, the events that happen during the summer. And so I don't know if you want to say anything more about that.
Yeah, I also just wanted to say we've been thinking about design guidelines as it corresponds to quality of life too, and connecting those two things together, which I think is what Tina is focused on, is having things that measure the quality of life and improvements to that. And we would want those two things to go hand in hand. So our recommendations that we've started to generate connect design to quality of life and try to give us some type of way to measure or indicators of measurements of it being improved over time.
Okay, moving on. So here's our transportation section largely. I know we've been talking about transportation a little bit. It's all overlapping, but the long-term vision for the US 29 corridor in our mind, as we've developed it for these preliminary recommendations, is to prioritize transit along the corridor of US 29 itself and improve the safety and comfort of its crossings, while at the same time maintaining the corridor's primary purpose as a convenient regional connection from the plan area out to Silver Spring, Washington, D.C., Columbia, Baltimore. We recognize that it will continue to be important for vehicle travel, but that we could start to express a more prioritized approach to transit use. If you're not familiar with BRT, if you haven't ridden Flash or heard about it before, the major elements of BRT include dedicated transit lanes for a full experience for bus rapid transit, few or no impediments from traffic congestion, less policy focus on vehicle capacity and more on moving people, so that's how the transit starts to outweigh some of those vehicle capacity solutions, as well as integration of that BRT system into the existing infrastructure, whether you're bringing people to the stations with feeder bus lines, improving sidewalks, or having the payment system coordinated with the regional approach. And we recognize that there's Flash there today, but it's not really serving and functioning as a full BRT system. It's really an enhanced bus system that has a potential to be even better. On the right side, we've shown some examples of BRT around the country and the world. On the top is the Metroway BRT line in Arlington and Alexandria, Virginia, and they have a certain segment of dedicated center line buses running down the corridor. I forget, is it Route 1? US 1? Okay, thank you. And on the bottom image is Transmilenio in Bogota, Colombia, where it's really more of a highway, much more of a highway, I think, than portions of US 29. A very fully built out BRT there. So that's one potential future, maybe on the high side of BRT use.
I'm going to put a plug in that it's just a little pet peeve of mine, is I think that the county sold people short on the stations, the BRT stations, the Flash stations as they exist. They just look like glorified bus stops. Whereas if you go other parts of the world that use BRT systems, they become much more inviting as a transit system. And I just don't think that, I think that is something that needs to be incorporated, is an improvement of the aesthetics and the feeling of it being a true, transit system as opposed to glorified buses, which is what you mentioned earlier. So as part of that, I would also hope that we could look at, I know it's not within our frame, it's really DOT, but because it's part of the implementation. But I really do think that we're selling the system short by not elevating its aesthetic and usefulness to the public.
Yeah, I would agree with that comment. I've been an advocate. To me, Bogota, what they did with their BRT is they had higher-rise buildings. They went to garden apartments, and then they went into the community. So they were generating ridership by being adjacent to a little greater density. Personally, I've been an advocate of bus rapid transit. I have got a patent for a bus rapid transit with doors on both sides. I now see that they're being manufactured, but what that allows you to do is pick up at the curb where need be, or parking lot, but then also in the median of a roadway, you're narrowing the requirements for two platforms. You had one platform. And a few years back, I did get an award from the Federal Transit Administration for an innovative design for a 200-mile BRT system in the Washington area. So it's there. The frustration is getting it implemented. So all the concepts are there if they can be brought together. This is a good, I would agree with Carol's comments about this corridor. 40 years ago, when I was at MC, I called the State Highway Administrator. Could we run our buses on the shoulder on 29 and also 270? When I went to the groundbreaking, the president, MC DOT director. He said, "Who put those signs up?" And I said, "Well, we did 40 years ago." So to allow the buses to yield to turning vehicles, there was obviously a conflict if people were turning in. And they used them when traffic backed up. The buses could, and even the other thing to look at the corridor, again, the state of Maryland is paying for buses that do come in, you know, from other jurisdictions. They come from Howard County. I think they make a stop in Burtonsville. But again, you know, optimizing the system. Other people have talked about taking over all the state highways. If you do that, you got to watch your allocations from the Maryland Transportation Fund. If I recall correctly, the city of Baltimore, because they have no state highways, get 35% of the revenue shared with the local jurisdictions. So if you're going to go that, you got to up our percentage from the state of Maryland Transportation Trust Fund. So a lot of things. My background in transportation started when I was about 17, but so I've been in it, and it just, the purpose is to serve people, not to in and of itself, and I think that you do a great job of considering that.
I think we feel the same way, and I think Molly and I and our planning team as well sees that there's greater potential for the BRT line here, and I know that the county DOT right now is looking at potential improvements to the corridor south of Tech Road, which is essentially south of our planning area.
Yeah.
I think where we can have an influence in this master plan is to envision a different way to design the bus lines north of Tech Road, which can influence future studies by the Department of Transportation. So
while I'm at it, just I guess I was a sub-consultant to a study on 29 busway way back, and again, it's tight to Four Corners, but again, I saw a median station there. Of course, you got a new high school, but again, not, you know, we get pushback on the Beltway widening, but someone that's living against the Beltway or Route 29, in my mind, they're suffering the noise from the traffic. So in some cases, you know, they might be happy to be bought out and move away, but then you could improve with a BRT on 29 down through Four Corners. Not to suggest that, but again, that's part of it too, is looking at both pictures. Yes, you might be impacting, but it is a chance to do a better thing on a BRT that you're doing. And, you know, getting down through into Silver Spring, there is a reversible lane, but it's tight in there to, you know, get the full BRT you want. So it needs obviously looked at appropriately from MCDOT and others, yeah.
Well, one way we see as attaining that approach to BRT in this area is to prioritize the transit service over vehicle travel, allowing reductions in vehicle congestion standards to benefit the movement of people over vehicles. So that's sort of a policy-based approach, and potentially exploring policies to reduce long-term single occupancy vehicle travel. So some of that could be changes in land use, building up more density and activity at transit stations to get people out of cars, maybe deciding to get in a bus instead. Cost signals for potential tolling or congestion pricing, and just allowing that high-speed transit service through lane dedications and signal prioritization.
We actually, one time, we had Charlie Gilchrist, county executive, go around with us, my planning staff, to advocate rideshare programs. And there's been an effort, again, somewhat diminishing, but there was a strong federal government and even Montgomery County effort on ride sharing and carpooling, van pooling. So
we haven't looked into that as much in our effort, I think, because it's such a small geography, but I think that can be part of the solution as well.
Could be, yeah.
And people are already doing that, sorry. They are doing carpooling and more towards the north than the south because they find the BRT to the south to be better than going towards the north.
And some companies, some companies actually will provide, we went from like maybe 30 carpool van pools to, you know, like almost a couple hundred that we put into the county. So again, some of the companies would be willing to do that, you know, like a Marriott or someone else might be willing to run a van pool or carpool program to, you know, get their.
Well, before I move on to the next slide, I wanted to show and highlight these two photos that we have here for a reason. On the top is the Pulse BRT line in Richmond, which is on a smaller scale street, but it does show those center BRT stations that can serve buses on both sides. To the bottom is a highway positioned BRT station on the Orange Line in Minneapolis, where from the bridge you actually go down this stairwell, this architectural feature, down into the bus station to come and go from the bus riding, and it's surrounded by what you can see as a major highway. So that's one approach you can take where there's a BRT station at a bridge. That was,
Yeah.
we thought that was
I had that
intriguing.
in my plan, that at Georgia Avenue on the Beltway, you'd have a station there. You could go up to the station, or you could go down to the metro underneath, and, so that, I mean, that's all good possibilities, connecting the systems.
Right. Hopefully we can see that here someday. So another aspect of our recommendations in the transportation realm is to revisit the US 29 intersections and interchanges. Currently, there is a recommendation in the 1997 plan to build grade-separated interchanges at those intersections that don't exist. And so you can see those in the blue dots here on the screen. Our recommendation would be to not build those highway-style interchanges, so that would be a departure from the 1997 recommendations. To possibly explore urban-style, compact grade-separated interchanges if necessary, but really we would prefer that those intersections stay at grade with potential reconfigurations to maximize the safety, comfort, more space for the active transportation realm. So that would be our recommendation for this corridor. At the same time, we would support retaining the existing grade-separated interchanges, the ones at Briggs-Cheney Road, ICC, of course, and East Randolph Road, but possibly reconfiguring them to increase more use for active transportation modes. And I have some more details down below about that.
Yeah, I noticed that there's quite a difference when you, even in DC, like if you're traveling down Connecticut Avenue and I'll DuPont Circle, for example, you've got your grade separated, the through traffic goes through underneath the circle, but you've retained, or the district has retained that neighborhood feel, where, there's a lot of activity on the road, but the through traffic can get through and it doesn't create those kinds of problems, whereas, some of the more recent grade intersections grade separated intersections that have been developed in the county are not do that. One of the most recent one is the one at Randolph and Georgia. It's horrible because it's just, you've killed the ability to create active pedestrian movement and keep that as as a neighborhood.
Right, it has a large footprint.
It's horrible.
I think sometimes they're
and it's
designed to
new.
allow vehicles to keep at speed,
Right.
travel through at speed.
At speed, but allow the pedestrian realm to, and the neighborhoods to retain that compact feeling.
Right.
So I agree. There's got to be some reconsideration of the way that those kinds of intersections are designed.
I've even heard Gwen mention that one could have been done a little better, because the issue of a grade separation at Randolph and Visma Road came up, and the comment, it's retained in the plan, I believe, but the comment was that from the planning director, that it could be, if it was done, it could be done better than the one at Georgia and Randolph.
So we'll learn from our possible mistakes and improve upon it. So we want to take a little closer look at the Briggs-Cheney Road Bridge over US 29. And while I stated previously we would seek to support that bridge remaining in place, we still feel like it has potential for improvement. So one idea we're thinking about is to enhance, possibly expand the bridge structure itself to create a linear park, possibly with small activated spaces, storefronts, small buildings, not necessarily a whole building on top of it, but really to create that more comfortable experience crossing US 29. More space for walking, biking, rolling.
That one, you make a good point. One of the major law firms that was representing the auto park, when they were doing the interstate, the loop ramp, if you're coming, heading east, you take the loop ramp, and it does say Briggs-Cheney. That firm, in the interest of the auto park, could you put a little auto park boulevard underneath? And the state pushback was, no, we've got to wait a year. We can't change any signs till a year. But again, when you look at Briggs Cheney area, if you're coming from the east heading west, you get off at you get off at Briggs Cheney Road to get to this center. The same thing if you're highlighting the center, you mentioned the bridge, but again, you want to look at maybe defining this, and maybe you could get a sign to get people to this, on the intercounty connector, that you'd
Right, I
take
think-
that loop and you'd get to this center as you redefine it.
Right. Wayfinding, signage
Yeah,
programs
right.
in this
That would
area
be
is
good,
certainly on our mind. It's not something we've brought to you today, but will be part of our plan to help people navigate and understand where to go. The images on the right of this slide just show some possible examples of how this bridge enhancement might look from examples around the country. I did want to point out, I know Molly mentioned that we had a pedestrian audit last fall. Did you mention that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, or did we just talk about it, the two of us? It really helped us understand some of the shortcomings of the street environment, particularly for those with ADA needs, wheelchairs, rollers, as well as skateboards and bikes, anyone walking. And so this solution is really a way to address some of that input that we received from that audit. They showed us how they experience crossing this bridge on foot or by wheel, and it's not as easy as the engineers might have thought. And so that's really one approach that we want to take.
One other comment. Again, and as I say, my earlier days, I try to work closely. But again, you talk about access to communities, and sometimes you want to match two communities, because one says, don't do that, do it down there. So we had an example where the Potomac said only 2-lane roads. The master plan was changed, no 2-lane roads. So when they gave up the right-of-way, Montrose, from Seven Locks to Falls Road, the issue, well, we're going to do that road, the county. But then we also had Democracy Boulevard extension. So I said, wait a minute, let's do the two together. This is reaching Potomac, so you got an area, because if you did one, those people would say, don't build that, build the other one. So this way we had the two. So in effect, we dampened this thought of building the other. So you got to kind of watch that when you're proposing. If you've got a great build up at Briggs Cheney, but then you're talking about the connections further up, they're going to, no, don't do this, do that one. So you got to kind of take a look at that too, that there's an equity even in transportation projects. Get the two done, and you get them, put the two together, you get the both done at the same time, because you dampen the opposition from the either side.
Okay.
That's one strategy. But
in addition to those treatments to the bridge, we would also suggest in the plan commemorating the bridge as the Melinda Jackson Memorial Bridge. This might be a name that we've heard before in our presentations. Melinda Jackson was a person that was enslaved and later freed, whose homestead was in this area of US 29. We really think it's important to draw distinctions and connections back to the history of this area. So we really feel that that would be a helpful addition to this bridge to help.
Racial equity and social justice as well. I think that's very good on the part of the county.
Additionally, we've also thought about the potential for a new BRT station at the bridge on US 29, maybe in addition to or different from where they stop today. And so that's why I pointed out that one example of the BRT station that was below the bridge. It is possible to have a comfortable, architecturally significant station that brings you down into the highway. So that's just one area we're looking at. To move south along US 29 into East Randolph Road, we would seek to recommend retaining this bridge as well, but to maximize the safety, comfort, and right-of-way for people cycling, walking, and rolling by reducing the space dedicated to vehicles on the bridge, leading up to and onto the bridge, eliminating unprotected pedestrian crossings, largely from the on and off ramps here, and slowing travel speeds through a roadway design. And on the right is one image. It's a rendering of how that might look, where you're really tightening up the turns and really making it safer for people that approach that bridge and approach the intersections with it.
The last comment on that, I'm just sorry. But White Flint, now North Bethesda, again, we talk about an underpass there, but I had made a suggestion and we put a couple glass elevators on the head wall of the station. People can see it, accommodates the handicap, as you mentioned, if you had a station at Briggs Cheney. It's safety because you could see there. But again, that, something that we talk about an underpass under Rockville Pike, but,
Yeah, it'd have some great presence.
I think what you're suggesting helps expedite the process.
So next, we wanted to highlight a part of that framework concept plan that Molly referred to. This is really pulling out just those inner and outer loops. And so we would, in the plan, recommend that a continuous loop beyond, also through part of the master plan area, and an inner loop that runs largely through and along the roadways of the master plan area be developed. This would be completing some of those missing gaps. Many of these trails already exist through the parklands, the Stream Valley Parks today, but their connections are missing if you wanted to keep moving around and create a full experience around this master plan area. It would also include recommendations to connect those loops into the activity centers. You can see with some of the green arrows, the dotted green arrows that come into the master plan area, as well as including local historic and cultural destinations. The trail amenities along these loops could include resting areas, community gathering and event spaces, linear parks, community gardens, historical and cultural wayfinding, and public art, some of which exist today, but we would seek to enhance it and expand upon that to really create more of an experience in using these trails.
I like your upper drawing, depending what that road is. It could be a jack tunnel. I thought we should have done that in Bethesda. We had that big pit for building there. You knew where the level of the metro was. You knew where levels of utilities were in Wisconsin. With that big pit, we could have maybe jacked a tunnel through there, which is a technology that is used to make, that trail there too. So this one, depending, I don't know where your picture is, but that certainly would be an option.
Oh, the bridge on the north, on the top, I mean.
Yeah, where is that?
That is an existing bridge of a bike trail that goes under the ICC, Maryland 200.
Okay.
So that's in place today in this plan area, and it connects you from the auto sales park south to Fairland Road.
I had not been on this one, so Casey might have been.
We've ridden it. Yep. The idea of the trail loops was introduced this past Saturday at Burtonsville Day on the 24th, when our planning team asked those in attendance what their favorite names for these loops might be. And I'd like to introduce to you some of the top runners, the front runners for that. And this would be a work in progress. So I think we'd want to have a later community conversation, but something we would float in the plan as potential names. So we could call it the Eastern Branch Heritage Trail, Paint Branch Heritage Trail, or one really popular one was the East County Neighborhood Trail. So something that really evokes the local experience and relationship to those who live here, I think would be helpful. Commissioner Rubin, you talked about the internal neighborhood connections, and I think this concept really gets to that with those really connections through the neighborhood to allow you to travel east and west where they don't exist. So we would recommend that there be established a neighborhood greenway system that follows closely some of these green lines. This is a preliminary idea that would be fleshed out more in coming months. But this would provide some trails on public lands, some along roadways, and some through HOA properties. So that would have to be worked out in different ways. We would recommend that we work with HOAs to enable these trail connections primarily through monetary incentives, public maintenance agreements, potentially through property acquisition, public access agreements, or trail easements. So there would be a multi-pronged approach to accommodating some of these things. But this greenway system builds on some trails that are already there and thinks about where some could be added. I think one, as you can see, would cross over US 29 to reach the Paint Branch High School, as well as an additional trail through the Fairland Recreational Park, south of where there already is a hard surface trail. And these greenways could accommodate linear parks, community gardens, other amenities along them to really provide that accessibility and usefulness for the community. But really, it's hard to walk through this type of area or bike or roll in a continuous manner. So that's an important part of our recommendations. Next, we've looked at the Fairland Recreational Park and realizing that, as you all know, there is a piece of the open space that people experience in Prince George's County that they call the Fairland Regional Park. We would recommend that a bi-county approach be taken for the planning, operations, and maintenance of both of these park systems, not only to preserve and enhance the existing natural resources, but also to consider additional activities and amenities, including potential new pool and water facilities, an agricultural tech park, which I'll get to next, sports fields that cater to diverse cultures, and potential refreshment facilities. Today, these parks really operate as two separate parks with the two names, the two functional governments being responsible for each of them, and we believe that the parks should function as a cohesive regional facility, similar to how Wheaton Regional Park in Montgomery County is run, or Prince George's County has Watkins Mill Park really as a significant regional attraction. We feel that Fairland Regional Park, if it were called that as a single name, could be really expanded administratively to become one of those destinations.
100th anniversary project, if not sooner. So.
Great. That sounds good. Okay, yeah, it's updating. So I referred to an agro-tech park. I just wanted to help define that so we all understand what we mean. But we would seek to potentially install at Fairland a regional attraction that teaches and mentors growers, where agricultural practices and new technologies are studied in growing food, and to make the process of growing food more effective and efficient. We feel that this could not only complement the outdoor spaces, the public recreation spaces, but also provide opportunities for local employment, fresh food, in a more equitable manner than exists today. So that's one of our visions for a possible amenity at this park.
This is good. I'm sorry, so many comments. This is good for food deserts too, in terms of the equity issue.
We believe so.
Yeah, and again, this could be approached with like NIH or even, the thing on, that they have the surplus land, they are keeping it green, which is good. This is still green, doing agricultural, and maybe it provides, a food benefit to areas that have food,
Right. We're sort of thinking of it as not only a technological research opportunity,
Right.
but also something that provides a resource to the community. So we didn't say this here, but we would imagine farmers
and one of
markets
the,
and local
community
gardens being
colleges
developed
could
here.
have a agricultural development program, and people could be trained on how to then work and run these facilities.
Mm-hmm. Further down on Fairland Recreational Park, the plan will recommend that the Parks Department study potential additions and expansions to the park. Already they are considering renovating the parking lot to add lights on the Montgomery County side, new ADA accessible trails, a soccer court with lights, and renovating the basketball courts with lights. In the future, they expect to renovate the soccer field, changing it from the artificial turf that exists today to a natural turf field with irrigation. And further into the future, the Parks Department would consider renovating playground and shelter areas into more of a destination, like an adventure playground approach, renovating practice fields into community gardens, agricultural gardens hub, as I just mentioned, studying a new hard surface trail connection to directly link the two sides of the county. That's part of that new greenway system that could run through the park here, as well as completing the trail connections from the Montgomery County side to Prince George's County side along the roads of Greencastle and the Old Gunpowder to allow folks to safely walk and roll between those two destinations. I think currently there is a side path on Greencastle Road in this area, but it ends where the townhomes are developed and doesn't continue over Little Branch, the Little Paint Branch. So that would be one connection we would recommend being completed. So that is a whirlwind of a tour of some of our big ideas and our preliminary recommendations. We wanted to acknowledge that we have many more. Right now, there's less than 100, but not many. So each of these policy themes that the working draft plan will include each have a set of recommendations that have been developed, and we're currently vetting these with our major stakeholders, any affected property owners, civic leaders, and local and state agencies, and we'll continue to develop them as conversations continue. This complete set will be included, of course, in the working draft plan that's scheduled to be presented to you later this year in December. And so with that, I'm going to catch my breath and hand it back to Molly to wrap us up.
Great job, Clark. Thank you so much. And I just want to also remind, because I didn't get to state this at the beginning, but our online vision workshops and the video that you saw is available, will be available online. It's not available yet, but we'll put the entire version online. You'll be able to see some of the comments that we were talking around, some of how the breakout groups were working. If it's not already there, we'll add that there. And then you heard about this earlier, and I think Gwen's planning director's report. Oh, never mind, it was canceled. But we are doing an active master plan, but we're also doing a placemaking event. It's the first time we've done an active master plan and a placemaking event at the same time. So we're working really hard in Fairland and Briggs Chaney. And this is some of the marketing and promotions that we push out whenever we are in the community. And the placemaking is really just an opportunity for us to test out some of the public gathering spaces and providing a quality experience that the community has already requested. So we're already trying to take the stance of maybe responding in the short term, very temporary, testing out of these ideas around community gathering spaces at the East County Regional Services, near the East County Regional Services and near the East County Community Rec Center. So we hope that you're able to join us on October 21st and 22nd. If you have any questions about that, we have our Angelica, who's working very hard to produce this very, very fabulous event. And again, we just want to summarize our goals that are directly tied to our general plan, which is creating a complete community, equitable communities that are corridor focused with compact growth, no loss of affordable housing, and giving people, the residents, the ability to age in place, which ultimately gives us, the county, greater economic health, environmental resilience, and makes us even more sustainable and adaptable in the future. Some of our next steps, Clark kind of alluded to this, is that we are refining our preliminary recommendations and talking with people. We just had a conversation with WorkSource about workforce development and possible conversations about how to get more of the people who live in Fairland in closer proximity to employment and paying higher wages. That's an ongoing conversation. I think it's already started with or without us, but we just want to provide a recommendation that would support that. And then we hope to be back to you with a working draft in December of 2022. And like I said, Clark and I are good, but we couldn't do this without the help of Story Tapestries. Thank you so much, Story Tapestries, for helping us facilitate the conversations. Everyday Canvassing, our whole team. We have some of our members back here. And I definitely want to point out our super interns that we've had so far, Elaine Lai, Pamela, I'm going to mess this up, but Inquantabisa, and John Abin. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time, and we open it up for questions. I'm sorry, I forgot to thank Don and Patrick.
So did you do some traffic modeling that shows those interchanges are all still necessary?
Say that one more time.
Traffic modeling?
Yeah.
We have not yet. The traffic modeling to consider whether the bridges, the new interchanges are necessary is coming.
Well, I would hope they would consider whether the existing interchanges are necessary. I mean, it seems
that
like
is one scenario that we could look at. I don't know if we've done that yet, but I don't know if Chris can speak to that at all. But we will be looking at the scenarios of our preliminary recommendations. And one scenario we could include, I don't know if we were already anticipating it, was if all the bridges were taken out and become at grade. Is that what you're saying? What would the
well,
traffic
I think
impacts
you ought
be?
to try testing one at a time. If you get rid of, for one thing, Briggs Chaney Road is really close to the ICC.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, it's hard to imagine that neighborhood with the, Briggs Cheney Shopping Center being anything more humane, as long as you've got all these freeway ramps all over the place, and I mean it's just a mess. And the even Briggs Cheney, just with even forgetting about the ramps and all that, and 29, there's a striped bike lane right down the, you're like surrounded by, what is it,
Hardscape.
like tons of, really fast-moving traffic and no protection. I just think you ought to test. That should be like a first step before you even start talking about retaining anything. It should be to assume, let's take one out at a time and see what happens, because it's not even clear to me that you really get a lot more throughput, because there's congestion, certainly on 29, but it's not because of turn movements, I don't think. It's because there's a lot of north-south traffic.
Yeah, there's still time. We can do that.
Yeah, I mean, if we could even get rid of one interchange, that would be worth the effort.
I mean, I'm not a transportation expert, as you probably know, but I imagine there's a reason that bridge was put in the first place.
Well, I'll tell you what it was. In fact, it's in the current master plan. The reason those interchanges were planned was not to provide throughput north-south. The theory was it was to provide east-west connectivity across 29. And yet, SHA keeps trying to design interchanges like at Musgrove that eliminate east-west connectivity. So, you give them an opportunity, they're going to build a grade separate interchange, notwithstanding the justification in the master plan. And they'll just assume that that was the thing to do. And that moving more cars more quickly north-south is, the whole point of having, land use and transportation planning. So I would just say, right now, SHA's orientation is just at odds with even the justification that was offered to put those interchanges in the master plan in the first place. And, well, again, I'd just like to see what does that do. And if you got rid of those interchanges, you make a lot of space available for stuff. You could build stuff, in those cloverleafs and places, because those ramps take up a lot of space.
Yeah, we definitely have talked about that quite a bit throughout this process so far. So, and again, there is still time, so we can do that. Certainly take a look.
Yeah, and I think that's a very innovative idea, which is not only to look at not building the planned interchanges, but what would happen, again, over a long period of time. It's not going to happen overnight. What would happen if you started to go back and take out some of the interchanges that have been built? So I agree. I think that modeling that is a great idea, and it's not something I think we had thought of before. So thank you for that idea. I think that's definitely worth looking at.
Well, blind squirrel finds nut every now and then, right? The other thought was, could you look at the possibility of recommending at least one interchange to be an underpass? I don't think that the one in Glenmont, Georgia, and Randolph is like a model of urban interchanges, but it's probably better than the Briggs Cheney interchange. Certainly, there are other more urban grade separations, like, as Gwen, I think, has pointed out, like DuPont Circle. Could you look at maybe just some drawings of what it would look like and what kind of space it would free up, and if you could, restore the grade level to perhaps, just the connected street grid. You wouldn't have to eliminate roads, but you could have, local traffic on the surface or buildings or a park or something, and move the through traffic underneath. I know that'd be extremely expensive, and I'm not saying that's a likely scenario, but I think if you just at least tried it out as far as, seeing what it opened up, what possibilities opened up, that might be worth doing as well.
I imagine the solutions would be more experiential land use than anything moving with the traffic dial, because if you still have US 29 running free above or below with the cross streets independent of that, that probably is fairly consistent. It just changes, like you say, what you can build and develop around that intersection.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my argument about 29 is that it should have been and should be, still could be, treated as analogous to the role of 355 on the west side of the county. So, yeah, there's one grade separate interchange on, Montrose Parkway, which I think, not sure that was a good idea, but,
Terrible.
well, yeah, okay, right. You said it, I
That's
didn't.
even worse than
Yeah.
one at Randolph.
Probably,
Georgia.
yeah, it does. It's not, I don't know.
It's the size of Bethesda.
I'm not prepared to debate the traffic justification, but I do think it makes a huge, basically, black hole right there, and, and separates these two parts of what would be White Flint up to, Twinbrook. So, anyway, but 355 is basically managed as a local serving street, and it has commercial development all the way up right to the
Driveways,
edge.
signals, yeah.
Right, and nobody says, oh my God, we need to have grade separate interchanges. Don't you know we need to move traffic? Because everybody says, yeah, that's what we have 270 for. And weirdly, when you say, why do we have these grade separate interchanges on 29, SHA and others say, well, you need to move north-south traffic. Well, what about I-85? What about the BW Parkway? What about Route 1? So why is Route 29 supposed to be dedicated to moving north-south traffic when there's 3 other major north-south roads in the vicinity, whereas 355 is allowed to be one of the most, valuable stretches of real estate probably on the planet? I think I'm exaggerating only slightly. And it provides all these uses that people can, that benefit human beings, like retail, food and beverage, residential. And yeah, it's not a beautiful urban boulevard, hopefully someday, but it's a lot closer to a place where you'd want to be and live and go about your business than Route 29, particularly at the point where there are interchanges. So that's my argument for this plan. Like, can we push a theory of Route 29 that is fundamentally different than the one that's been assumed for the last, however many decades? Why can't it be at least something like 355 and hopefully better over the long term as far as other kinds of stuff that can hang together, be compact, be complete?
You
all
said
that
it
very good
earlier.
stuff.
Casey, you said it earlier where you suggested bringing some of the improvements, either the housing or the retail or whatever, closer to the road.
On Verizon.
And that to me is that's the big difference with 355 versus 29, is at least, 355 you've got, it's closer, it's more accessible from either side. It feels less like a highway than 29 does. 29 has so much exterior, it takes forever.
Especially this section north of New Hampshire, say. Once you get south of that, the characteristic
It's a little
changes,
better,
yeah.
but yeah, exactly. So you lose any opportunity to really, well, you don't lose it, but it's so much harder to connect the two sides.
Right. So everything we've learned over the years is once a road goes in a certain visual direction, it gets harder to pull it back to something that is more urban. So on 355, we're continuing to argue, even at White Flint, about trying to eliminate hot rights and create a strong pedestrian public realm. And we're making some progress. But that is an area that hasn't evolved into being as highway-like as Route 29. So I just want to sort of manage expectations to a certain degree. I think that we can do a lot to make 29 a better experience, but it has gone a long way towards being a highway. And it's going to be hard to really claw that back. Although one of the things I am excited about with this plan and that I want to emphasize is that we are not talking about taking away existing housing or existing uses. What we're talking about is by creating a more compact form of development, even for existing uses like the auto sales park, we're talking about creating land which, everyone says they aren't making land anymore. Well, that's true. However, if we can really make the uses along 29 more compact, we are, in essence, creating land that is available for housing and other uses that has never had anything built on it, so we aren't displacing existing residents because we're building on land that has never had anything, on it by doing this compact form of development for some of the existing uses. So what I'm really excited about is in these 3 activity clusters that we've identified, and I'm actually going to push staff more to do this. I want to actually quantify how much land, if we built out in the way that it is shown, how much land are we literally creating? That's acres. How many acres are we creating that would then be available for housing or other kinds of new development? So I've always said Route 29 is, the land uses along there are so sprawling, and there's so many parking lots, and there's so much underutilized land, that if we just developed it in a much more compact form, in this idea of complete communities, we could accommodate so much of our future growth needs just on those parking lots and open spaces.
Yeah, I hear that, and I understand that it'd be tough to, unwind it, but I certainly think you want to, if you're in a hole, stop digging. And, if you think about Route 1, Route 1's not as wide and crazy as Route 29, but it was and still is kind of a mess. And particularly south of the Beltway now, through College Park, they've done a lot to really sort of turn that into a more human, type of experience. So I just say, yeah, I hear you. And it's not, you're right that there's a lot of room that you can get using the parking lots and some of the huge, the buildings are set way, way back from the right of way. Definitely there's space. But I think that if you're reclaiming that space, and then what the new stuff confronts is this just enormous roadway that is just so, it's not just that it's unpleasant, but it's so impermeable, because it's just all this fast-moving traffic. There are very limited access points. I mean, that's where something like depressing one of the interchanges underground, I think, would be helpful, because then you could have at grade, you still have a street grid that is, not just walkable, but is, pleasant and invites people to be, outdoors, crossing and crossable. Even in a car would feel more pleasant to cross 29. So anyway, that's my speech. Don't. I get it. That would be really ambitious, but it seems like there's some money from the feds these days to take down some of these interchanges, and so if you don't say something about it in the plan, you're never going to get that done. And also, if you don't say something about it in the plan, then the SHA will continue on this imperative to just make it wider and wider and wider.
That's one of the reasons I really like the recommendations on the bridges, because it's a start. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's a step forward, because then if you create a reason for a gathering place, people will start, and it'll move closer and closer to that. So I think it's a good start.
When are you gonna come back and show us some specific land use recommendations like zoning and stuff? Is that the next?
I was anticipating that would happen in December. We have some sketchy draft zones, but I don't know that there's an interim period for that before the working draft is prepared. But we can talk about that internally.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I think we sort of see where you're going with some of this, but just trying to get a sense of what the.
We won't be creating any new zoning districts.
Yeah. Also, Rachel Newhouse, how much developable land is there in Fairland Recreational Park on the Montgomery side?
Hi, Rachel Newhouse for the record. We haven't calculated the developable land on our side. There's certainly a large stream valley buffer that runs through the center. And then we've got the forested area through the center, but the eastern edge is what we're kind of focusing on right now as far as developable, there's probably more land.
When you talk about developable, can I clarify for anybody listening in? We're not talking about development like private development. We're talking about
Park development.
Park implementation of active recreational uses. I just want to clarify that so that it's not confusing.
Right.
And the other thing that comes to mind about this park is, could you take a look at transportation recommendations in the right-of-way to connect from Burtonsville on the other side of 29 over to the park? Because that's pretty harsh if you try to go on Greencastle or whatnot. That's not a park issue directly. It's like, is there pedestrian bike infrastructure in between? Because it's very close to, the Praisner Center and all that stuff. And there are, of course, a trail network picks over there. And also on the other side over to McNew.
Yes.
To be able to,
yes.
Kind of connect those parks with some bike ped connections would be, I think, good.
Yes, absolutely. Good idea. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions before we adjourn? Okay. We're adjourned. Thanks.
Thank you.